Please welcome my guest for this evening, Johnny JellyJaw.
Well, howdy, everybody. Welcome.
Welcome indeed.
Howdy. Oh, boy. Good to see you. Oh, my goodness. I'm so excited to be here. I can't believe I'm here. Oh, my goodness. Howdy, everybody. Hi, Ma. I'm on TV. Can you see me? Ma, I'm on TV. Your boy's made it, Ma. You made it.
Little
You
Johnny's on
finally made it.
TV. He made it.
I'm on TV. I'm on that weird magic box we got in Grandma's living room with all the picture shows in it. I'm trapped in the box. No, wait. I'm not trapping you or nothing. Please don't break the box, Ma. Don't break the box. Don't embarrass me. Don't.
Vtuber Talk is not responsible for any damage inflicted on your computer or television set. We are not liable for those damages. You will have to replace it yourself if you break it.
Yeah. It's okay, everybody. I'm not trapped in here or nothing. Like it's some sort of weird, magical, technological wizardry. But I'm not actually here. I'm in my bedroom. Well, yeah, I'm fine. So it's okay. I'm here to talk to this fella Vtuber Talks, who's like really good at making the words and talking to folk and just being all around a really entertaining being. So I'm really I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to talk about myself, like talk about little old me, even though there's not much to talk about. I mean, I'm just a slime boy, simple country slime trying to do my best.
Well, I think you're doing pretty darn well.
Oh, well, oh, shucks. Don't butter me up now.
Hey, you were the one that did it first. You did it first, Johnny.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like, it ain't my fault. Oh, boy. My Aunt Gladness always did say I had a seductive, Oh, boy. I had the seductive personality.
Yes,
would always
indeed.
get me into trouble.
Oh, my.
Oh, my.
Well, I'm sure that most of the people tuning in here tonight are already familiar with you, but for anyone who isn't, or for anyone who might be watching this interview after the fact, if you could introduce yourself.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry, where are my manners? Howdy, everybody. Howdy, welcome. I am Johnny JellyJaw, the one and only country slime. I am a simple country slime boy. I was born and raised on JellyJaw Acres with my family. I like to do art. I like to be kind and nice to people, spread positivity, make funny memes, and just stream cool games. And, maybe like, if I see a cute boy every now and again, want to oogle, well, that just happens. Anything can happen on a live show. You never know what's going to happen. It's just wild. It's wild is what it is.
Never know, indeed. And you're actually part of the Wrecking Crew. You are, I think I've lost track of it because, well, I know I need to add one because Minerva, Party Demoness, actually just joined the Wrecking Crew officially yesterday as part of the new wave.
That's right. We got new family members, everybody. We got new friends. A whole gaggle of new friends. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. I'm so excited for all of them, like Judo, PD, a bunch of other ones. Like, they're all amazing content creators, and we are so lucky to have them on our team hanging out with us. I am so excited for the new members and all the new members we're going to have coming up soon. As you may have heard, applications are going to be opening. It's the goal of the Wrecking Crew to hopefully reach 100 members at a certain point, and we are just so freaking excited. Like, every one of our members is, in our opinion, just an excellent content creator, someone who's breaking the mold, someone who's trying to do something different than everyone else is doing, and we appreciate that. And we're a group dedicated to charity. We're not dedicated to doing anything growth or trying to reach any kind of big level of viewership or nothing. That's not what we're here for. We're content creators who love making content. We love sharing our love with each other, and we want to help out with charity. That's who we are, and that's what we're gonna do. And I am so proud to be a part of that group.
Yeah, and you all raised I don't want to say astonishing, but just an astounding $42,069 just to make it full nice for Trevor Project last year.
69. yeah, we did that. We made the funny numbers. We made them. We threw them funny numbers all over the place, and it was just a delightful time. It was.
Yeah, that was a month-long effort, actually, if memory serves, that it was just across all the members of the team. And if my math is correct, you are, if we're going to be retroactively counting Minerva, you are the 6th member, actually, of the Wrecking Crew. And this being episode 60, that means that a whopping 10% of my shows have been Wrecking Crew, because it's you, Poppy, Barry, Giga, Miss Jackie, and Minerva.
I mean, like I said, we're a freaking, we are a team of fantastic content creators. So all that means is you got good taste.
Well, I
Like,
definitely think so, and the folks at the Wrecking Crew have good taste as well. So be sure to check out all the other good folks there. I don't think there's actually a shout out function for a whole team. That's something Twitch should get on. Get on that, Twitch, please. After you take care of the tag issue. But anyways, we're not going to talk about that.
no. Like the drama, yes, the thing that happened that I am in the loop about. That thing that we won't talk about. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
what
no.
a shame.
Yeah, this show's for a lot of things. I do pride myself though on avoiding most of the drama things. But anyways, yes, the Wrecking Crew, fantastic group. Definitely want to check them out. Just gave Johnny a shout out. And obviously, his links are right there at the bottom of the screen. And as I'm realizing, oh shoot, I'm so sorry, Johnny. I just realized I forgot to edit the things in my channel description. So that's going to be some outdated stuff there, but we'll make sure that everything for the YouTube release after the fact is taken care of.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Hey, listen. Like, oh boy, a lot of times I forgot to update my titles and descriptions and stuff. it just Scuff is part of it. Everyone, there's always something you forget.
Yes, indeed. One of my first opening monologues actually was embrace the scuff, love the scuff, because scuff will always happen, doesn't matter, and it's just try and minimize it and try to avoid it where you can. But yeah, scuff happens.
It's just a sad fact of life, but it ain't nothing to be too upset about. It just happens. Like, and you know what? I think that gives what's called character. Only unused tools retain their shine.
Indeed. And goodness, there's so many things that we have to talk about that when we spoke earlier in this week, it was one of those cases where we started getting into conversation. I was like, Johnny, we need to stop. Wait, no, we need to save this for the show, man. We need to save this for the show.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of a blabbermouth. I do love to talk, but like I've saved up a lot of the good words for you today. So I'm very excited to talk to you with all the good words and all the speechifying and all that fun stuff.
Indeed. I'd say one of the things that makes you one of the most iconic things about you, obviously, one is, well, you are a slime ball, so pretty much starting there, but also that overall you have what I would describe as a more Western animation style that the VTuber community, unsurprisingly, I suppose, harkens a lot toward Japanese and Eastern styles of animation, just because that's partially where it began. That obviously Keyta and I being the first really big VTuber, a lot of the mainstream agencies, I suppose, being either based in Japan or taking a lot of Japanese cultural anime influence. But you very much take the opposite end. Poppy is in a very similar vein that you all go with more American, or I should say Western style overall, that you look like the cartoons that I would see, on Cartoon Network, whether it be Saturday mornings, Cartoon Fridays was something that I forget if it was you or someone else was mentioning recently. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, you mentioned, is one of the more specific influences, and I can very much see it. I loved that show. That was such a good show.
It's such a good show. It's got so much deep stuff going on. Like, oh my god, the character designs were so unique, and like the whole stories about psychology and why our inner selves. Because that show, it doesn't show it off, but that show's got deep psychology stuff going on in it, and I think it's amazing. Like the final special basically tries its best to spell it out, but throughout the whole thing, there's stuff like that, and I loved that show growing up. Like, I mean, I obviously watching as a kid didn't realize all that stuff, but because I was just in it for the fun characters and the wacky adventures, which were fun and wacky and cool. And I also loved the idea that I could have just created my own imaginary friend and it would be my friend, which would be awesome. Growing up,
what is a VTuber if not everyone's imaginary friend?
In a way, it is. Like, VTubing is a lot of things. It's an imaginary friend. It's also a puppet. Like, I feel like the best, I've said this before, the best translation for VTubing in other entertainment is puppetry. We are putting on a puppet show. That's it. We have like a stage, we have our puppets, we have all that stuff. But yeah, that's what it is. But sorry, I'm getting off track. You were talking about how, yes, I, from the very get-go, wanted to be a Western cartoon. I did not, listen, I love anime. I love anime as much as the next guy. I watch anime all the time.
Tonight. Don't you worry about that.
Oh yeah, I enjoy a fair amount of anime, believe me. But deep down in my heart, in my little small heart, like Western animation is where my heart belongs. I grew up on Samurai Jack, Foster's Home, Ed and Eddie, all that stuff there. Like I've always loved that stuff. Like Avatar's a Western animation. Just saying. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Deal with it.
Mhm.
Yes. See, good taste. Good taste. See,
Yeah.
see, on the right side of history.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
My big thing that I've said this many times on the show. I am a big fan of anime. I've actually had the privilege of working with some anime companies at live events, and my definition of anime is very simple. It is a geography-based term. It is not an artistic or a stylistic-based term, because there is anime that is made in Japan that looks like Western animation, but for me, it's just a geographic term. That it's literally where is the studio based that made the thing.
Oh yeah, like I feel like that the bleed over between the two is growing, and my ultimate hope is one day the two just sort of mesh together to the point they're not indistinguishable. Because originally there was a difference. Like Western animation followed a very, cartoony, like you said, jumpy, like, simplified design style. Like, it was originally intended for children, but and whereas anime in Japan was intended for young adults and even full-on adults, and it has more violence, more blood, more like, I don't know if realism is the right word, but definitely more complicated proportions and designs. And so for a long time that was the divide, and the culture and all that. But as time goes on, that divide is shrinking and shrinking more and more. Like you see, like you said, there's animes in Japan that are basically like cartoony, like what was that one can't remember the name of it. It was the funny cartoon, but yeah, there's like ones like that. Whereas there are Western animations that are like really, really complicated and well made. I mean, they're all well made. I'm not gonna say that. That's the wrong word, but like Arcane was a freaking amazing. And that was there you go right there. I mean, that one's like French, but still, you get what I mean. You get what I mean.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. That this is actually something that I've mentioned in a couple previous shows, that I very much see the difference between between Eastern and Western animation based in some long-held cultural beliefs that in the West, at least in the past, and I think we have very much started to grow past this, that animation has been considered juvenile. That it's either for kids, or that it's, the lowbrow comedy stuff that, Simpsons is a great show, South Park's a great show, Family Guy, hit or miss for me, but a lot of people enjoy it. But that animation usually tended towards either kids fare or comedy, and there wasn't a lot of serious animated shows. But for whatever reason, in Japan and other countries outside of North America, that animation never actually had that stigma. So it was much easier for shows to get greenlit and produced that had these adult themes and content, and that it's just another medium. That I honestly think if Game of Thrones had been written in Japan, that it would have been made into an anime and not a live action series.
Oh, definitely. And like, I feel like that animation for the longest time in the Western has always been looked at as almost, I think, a lesser media, which is ridiculous, because animation, in my opinion, is just a plain superior media to just regular cinema, because you can do anything with animation. You can make any scene. You can make the most epic set. You can make the most incredible fights and fluid movements, things that you could never do in reality. And I feel like that is power. That is the power of animation. And I'm so happy that as time goes on, more and more people are realizing that power and making amazing things, like Into the Spider-Verse, Arcane, Samurai Jack the 5th season, like that freaking. Have you seen Primal? Have you heard of this?
Not.
Have you heard of this? This Gendy Tartakovsky, is my animation hero. He's the one that I think truly inspired me to get into animation art, even though our styles are very different. Like, that's a whole bag of worms we can get into later if you want. Like his style and my style. That's like an art journey for me. But as I was saying, Primal is amazing because it's a show about a caveman with a T-Rex partner. And there's no dialogue. The T-Rex and the caveman don't know how to talk. Everything is through animation, facial expressions, movements, their actions, and you have to interpret what's going on from that, and they make it work. They pour so much emotion into it, and that's what I love about animation. You can get so much expression, so much wonderful expression, and that's what I like about it. That's what I wanted a Western model, because I want expression. I want that energy. I wanted that goopy fun stuff power, because I wanted to be an animator growing up as an artist, and like I wanted to get a bit of that love into my VTuber, and I feel like I accomplished that. I accomplished that to a great deal.
I certainly think you have. And one of the things about your model in particular is that you have a lot of gestures and extra emotions that you've already shown off several of, the hand behind the head, sort of bashful look, the big excited eyes. That's something that definitely, I think, crosses over into both Eastern and Western animation styles, is that there's a lot in the eyes that, and that goes for, live action as well, that the eyes are just, for being two small orbs, that they certainly can pack a lot of expression, but when you're able to do that even more so in animation and make it, change shape or have, like extra parts or sparkles and things, that you can convey that much more emotion through it all. And I think it's something you very much embraced with your design and just how you carry yourself overall.
Oh, yeah. I am very proud of my expressions. I made them all myself, every single one. And I am very proud of each and every one. Like each one was a labor of love. I would go through like every one, like 18 different versions of each expression before I sell one that I liked. And then I integrate it into my model. I've been like, I love them all. I'm hoping to get more of them made when I get my 2.0 done, which is in the works, by the way. Hopefully quite soon. I have a couple of ideas that maybe we can get into a little bit of, but yes.
Yeah, you actually shared some classified information with me that I'm going to tease out for now. We won't get into it just yet, but we have something here tonight on Vtuber Talk that is going to be a world premiere of some upcoming Johnny JellyJaw content that has not been played anywhere before. We don't have all of it, but you're going to get a preview here, so look forward to that, and we will absolutely be getting to it.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be good. I'm excited. Like it's a product that's been in the works for a little while. We're nearly done. We're just waiting on like one last asset. It'll hopefully be here within a couple of days, and then we just gotta finish some stuff up, and then it's gonna be premiered. But you're all gonna get a sneak peek, because I figured this would be a great place to just tease it a little bit. Just give you a little tease, just a little bit.
Talk shows do that all the time. People come on to promote the new movie they're working on, the new album, and I don't get to have this type of preview content every week, but whenever I get it, it's always very, very special. So even before we get to it, Johnny, I'm very flattered that you would think to share this with me, that it was a very exciting thing, because this only actually came up this afternoon when I was just confirming some last minute info and whatnot, that you were like, hey, so I have this thing, would you want to use this? And I was like, you're asking the talk show host if he wants some exclusive preview content on his show? Yes, please and thank you.
I mean, I don't know how the big showbiz works or nothing. I mean, I just thought it just popped in my head. I guess you were saying something might pop in my head before the show. That was the thing that popped in my head. Oh crap! I have this new thing that I think people would like to see. So I was figured share it with Mr. Talking Man.
Yeah, so definitely, folks in the chat, you can look forward to that. For the classic, shows that you grew up with, were there any that, obviously there were several that have influenced your style, but if you had to choose, I don't know, 2 or 3 that, even now just remain your favorites, do you have any that really spring to the top of your mind?
Oh, definitely. Okay, let's see. All right. So, oh boy, it's a favorite. All right, so the first favorite I have to bring up, it would probably be Samurai Jack. That is, like I said, Jenny Tartakovsky is my animation hero. I grew up with that show. And also, like, the Clone Wars short he made was one of the most amazing pieces of animation ever. Like, it's the only piece of media that made General Grievous look like a freaking badass, taking on like 6 Jedi at once. But they brick on that fast, but it was wonderful. I love Samurai Jack. I love the movements. I love the stories of it. That was one of the first pieces of adult feeling animation I consumed, which you were talking about before. That was an animation that broke the mold, that was different than everything else. And it recently had well, not too recently, but like, you know, it
a
had
couple years back that it got that fifth season after like a decade of hiatus, and it was the type of thing that there were a lot of people who just sort of assumed, all right, it's not going to happen, that it was canceled before it could reach its ultimate resolution, and that we're just going to have to sort of, as fans, either write in our own ending or just accept, all right, we're not going to get it. And then they, for whatever reason, I guess that the fan demand was enough that they released it. I don't know how it did numbers-wise, but from what I understand, because admittedly, I did not see it myself, but it seemed like the fans very much enjoyed the resolution, that it was well received.
I quite like the resolution. Like, it is one of the few. It stuck the landing. After 10 years, it came back. It knew what it was. It didn't lose itself in those 10 years. It remembered who they were as a show, and they stuck the landing. And I feel like that's a very rare thing in almost anything media these days. Not just like animation, but like live action,
storytelling. In storytelling,
really,
like
landing, sticking that landing with the end of giving people what they want, but also what they need in the right doses is like so rare. Like Game of Thrones comes to mind.
Like,
there's a show that destroyed its own reputation retroactively, because Lord knows I loved that show when I was watching it. Can't pick it up again because all I can think about is how awful that ending was. Oh my god.
First impressions are important, but final impressions are too, because that's how you're remembered. And one of our shared favorite anime that we will be discussing later, actually, I hold up as one of the best finales and resolutions in storytelling in media, just because like it
stuck its landing.
Good.
Stuck its landing. It knew what it was. It knew how to end it, and it stuck it. And I was like, damn, you gave me what I wanted, what I needed, and thank you. Because like, I'll go into a few spoilers for you. Like, do you mind if I go into a few spoilers for Samurai Jack?
Oh, please.
Okay, so basically throughout the whole show, Samurai Jack is, you know, the show is very like Monster of the Week. It doesn't actually, even though it has an overarching plot, the goal is to defeat the evil wizard Aku and like, you know, go back in time and stop his rule from ever happening. And like, that's the plot that goes through. But like, besides that, it's very Monkey King Monster of the Week. But every time he's helping a new person or saving them from a monster or helping a kingdom. And so for the finale, it gave people what they want. All the people Jack helped throughout all of his adventures.
They pulled an Avengers moment.
They pulled an Avengers moment. It was literally Avengers Assemble to hold off Aku. And they basically, like, they succeed. Jack is able to get a time portal to go back in time. But there's the bittersweet part of it. By succeeding, he is guaranteed all the people that he's met, all the people that he loves, all the people that he's befriended will never exist.
They don't exist. Never exist, or will never know him. At the very least.
It's quite possible many of them will never exist because he was like thousands of years in the future. So that one huge change could possibly guarantee none of them will ever be born. And like, they knew that when they went in. Like, no, we accept this. Go.
Time travel. You need to do, especially when you're dealing with.
You do what you have to do, and it ends with Jack it's just melancholy. It's melancholy. He accomplished what his goal was, and it's just, I'm just here. I did it. And I'm like, damn, that's deep. And I'm like, geez, nearly made me cry. I
did not authorize these emotions.
These are emotions. I wasn't prepared for these emotions. And I'm like, damn, that's a choice. That's the power of friendship, but also like grief and loss and all that junk just thrown in one blender and just pureed and oh my goodness, thrown in a bowl and like eat up. And I'm like, oh.
POC saw in the chat, never forget the Scotsman. Indeed, that I didn't see the last season.
Never forget.
I did still see a lot of Samurai Jack growing up. I didn't see the final season, but I very much recall what you're talking about of it being mostly Monster of the Week and just sort of, all right, he has a lead on something that might let him go back to the past. And obviously, well, that lead, for one reason or another, either turns out to have been a trap set by Aku, or the means by which it would have provided is destroyed or otherwise unusable because, well, we have to keep the show going. So the cycle continues, and just over time that you have these individual shows, and while it's Monster of the Week, that you get these contained character arcs, not just for Jack, but for these people that he helps, and that's very much its style of storytelling, because Jack himself is a very simple character, that he is a man of honor, he is a man of justice, he is a man of truth, and there's, to be frank, not a lot of depth to him, that he knows what he wants and he's working to those ends, and the complexity comes from the people that he encounters. It's about the struggles and the different narratives of the people he helps and the people whose lives he touches.
That, you know what, and that's perfectly encapsulates. That actually encapsulates a whole idea I have about storytelling in general. When you're telling an RPG story, anything that's like an adventure story, the true power of it lives and dies not on its hero, but on your side characters. How well do you use the people in the hero's life? Mm-hmm. And that, in my opinion, is where shows live or die. Or RPG stories. Like, the best example ever is the game The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3, do you remember? The main story is fine, but the thing you remember are the side quests. Every side quest is its own little adventure, and boy, oh boy, there are some crazy ones.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a lot of narrative storytelling, that some shows, some films are character pieces, and it is very much about the main character and their story and their character arc through various trials and tribulations, but you're very correct that a lot of the time you will have a protagonist that is a bit simpler, and that they have their goal, they have their motivations, and these are established early on, and then the side characters sort of become a vehicle for that journey, and that the side characters provide that depth.
Yep. They because heroes, the thing about heroes is heroes are by nature simple, okay? To be a hero, like, unless you're going for the whole anti-hero route, which also is kind of simple in its own way, like, heroes are simple. They're on a mission, they're on a goal, they're purpose driven. Side characters, though, they are the ones that I feel like can really blossom into feelings, because they're not the ones driving the story. They don't have that weight on their shoulders. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's really where you want to, obviously you want your hero to be good and likable and have good adventures. Of course you do. Of course you do. You want them to have that, but I feel like the side characters offer a view of the world or a view of these experiences that really, really sticks with people a little bit more, because, like, they're free to feel almost anything. Or, you know, that's just my general opinion on the subject there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by having it be a Monster of the Week, that also sort of allows the side character of the week, and it allows you to explore, you know, different emotions, different storylines, things that the main character would never think, say, or feel, and have them be part of the main character's life without disrupting the main character themselves in terms of their character composition.
Oh, yes. Like, it really, really just brings out or shows aspects of the main character, like Samurai Jack, going back to that. The episode I remember the most was the one about the Man of Rock, where Jack feels like a call to a volcano, and, like, this volcano is just a death trap full of, like, big traps, and tons of heroes or warriors were called here as well by this beckoning call in the wind. And there's a man in rock there who was apparently trapped in this golem body by Aku as punishment for defying him, and so he can't die. And, like, he's a Norse Viking, so he believes in Valhalla. So, like, if I want to go to heaven, I have to die in battle. So I've been trying to call the strongest heroes here to kill me. And, like, you know, Jack takes pity on this man and slays him, and Valkyries come down and he lifts him up to heaven, and, like, oh damn, that's epic, that's so honorable. I'm like, holy crap, I've never seen nothing like this, because I was like a little kid when I saw this. I was like, this is scary and terrifying, but geez, what an ending.
Yeah, and that's a twist on several levels. That one, obviously, Jack by nature is not the type that would kill someone who is innocent, who hasn't done something that warrants death. That he's only going to kill usually monsters or the severest of criminals, especially in Western animation and broadcast overall, that broadcasters, especially rewind the clocks 15-20 years, are very, very hesitant to show death, and especially hesitant to show their protagonists killing.
Yeah. I
So-
mean, like, I feel like we've gotten a little bit too tightly gripped on that lately. Like, I feel like, you're not going to traumatize kids with showing them the concept of death. But,
But
like,
having that
for
of
me,
just,
that was a
yeah.
very moving
Mhm.
piece because, like, it, like, dealt with so many themes. It showed, Jack's honor as a character. Like, he found this person, he thought that it was like sort of monster trying to lure people to their death, but then he explains the situation. He's like, I will take pity on you, I will slay you, and they have to fight, like, and they have to mean it for it to work. So he can
Mhm.
go to Valhalla. And so they
Exactly.
do this epic fight, and it's just, damn, that's strength of character right there.
Yeah.
And I quite like that. That's the episode that I think sticks with me the most.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh. One of the
Sorry,
ones
I
that you
pushed-
mentioned earlier that I definitely hold near and dear is Ed, Edd n Eddy. For me, Ed, Edd n Eddy was just one of my favorite shows, period, for a good couple of years. I feel like when they got to the later seasons and had them in school, I think the quality went down a bit. That might just be me and perhaps some nostalgia, but and I wouldn't call the later seasons bad, but the earlier ones, for me at least, held up better. And that is just, talk about your crazy, wacky. It's definitely a kids show, and they slip a couple of adult jokes in here and there, as most cartoons are wont to do, because you want it to be something that the adults.
Double D. His name is Double D, guys.
I hadn't even thought about it from that angle before.
You learn something new.
Yes, you do. Yeah, just
Oh my god.
as much as I hate to say it, I feel like I should probably set the stage on Ed, Edd n Eddy, because it hasn't been on the air actively for
By all
many
means do
years.
so, but like you just say, like, I can either jawbreakers.
Yep, that it's these three kids. It's Ed, Edd, who is known as Double D, and Eddie. And it's these three kids who live in a cul-de-sac, and it is their never-ending quest to get money to buy jawbreakers, because they love jawbreakers, and that's essentially the crux of the show, at least for most of the early seasons. Of just, Eddie is a schemer. He's not really a good person, and he will cook up these crazy ideas for how to get money out of the other kids in the cul-de-sac, whether it be by starting some fraudulent business, some legitimate business, by stealing it, or any means to his end of getting a quarter so they can buy jawbreakers. Meanwhile, Double D,
he's a little scoundrel. He will grow up to be a car salesman.
yes, he will.
Yep, there's his future right there.
Double D is the straight man of the group, who's very prim, proper, book smart, and uses much bigger, flowery words than is probably necessary. Meanwhile, Ed is the lovable idiot that he is. His key phrases were buttered toast and gravy, that he would just randomly interject at gravy.
Gravy. Love gravy. Oh.
But he was just he was the muscle of the group, for one, but he was also just the one that would help Eddie, since Eddie was small, not very strong. That he was like I said, the lovable idiot.
Oh yeah, the lovable idiot. Like, everyone loves Ed. He's just too innocent to be. He's just pure and innocent, and he just wants to help his friends and read comic books.
Unless he gets a rock in his shoe.
Then he just gets so angry. Oh my god, he was grumpy Ed.
There was a whole episode where Ed is just off the wall, aggressive, angry, not talking with anyone, and at the end of the episode, it turns out he had a rock in his shoe. I forget who it was that figured it out, but
it was Rolf. I think.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure it was Rolf.
Gosh,
it sounds like Rolf would do. Rolf was
probably
like the ancient wise shepherd who was like, I'm figuring out ways from the old country.
Yep, Rolf. Full name, Rolf, son of a shepherd.
Rolf, son of a shepherd.
From the old country, voiced by the same voice actor as Goku, Sean Schimmel.
Wait, what? I didn't know that.
Yep. So if you've ever seen any of those images of Rolf holding a spirit bomb, that's partially why.
I I did not know that. I guess I learned something new today as well. Oh my
Ta-da.
god. Ta-da! Ralph was Goku all along. Oh my god, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Oh my goodness. But yes, Ed and Eddie, another show that has great side characters. Ralph, Kevin, Johnny and Plank. Johnny and Plank.
Yeah.
Johnny and Plank. Oh, Plank, my best friend, Plank, my best friend, Plank. For those of you who don't know, Johnny is a character in Ed and Eddie who is just the sort of the weird kid who decided, because, you know, not many people wanted to hang out with him, he made his own best friend by finding a piece of wood, drawing a smiley face on it, and it's his best friend, Plank.
Yep.
And you
Some
know
kids
what?
might have a teddy bear. He had Plank. That was his.
He had Plank. And
Yep.
Plank will never let you down. Plank has got your back. Like, come on. We
And-
all love Plank.
May or may not actually be sentient.
Possibly. There were a few episodes that questioned that possibility. I was like, Plank, did you?
You did- Yeah.
Did you
it was
kill
just-
the ice cream man, Plank?
Did you just? Did he just do that? Is he allowed to do that?
Did you just do a murder? His Plank was the only one there. But yes, yes, I loved Ed and Eddie. Like,
Off
it
the
was definitely
wall
one of my
show.
favorite shows to watch growing up as just a comedy. Unlike you, I think I also enjoyed the later episodes as well. I think mostly because it hit me at that right time. Because like I enjoyed the original episodes a lot. I did, but I think the new episodes came around just around the time that I was getting older and I was looking for something just slightly more focused. And so those kind of let me, okay, this is fresh. This is interesting. They're in
That's
school
fair.
now.
Maybe I need to
So-
go revisit those too, because it's been a while.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like I definitely see what you mean though. There was a bit of change there. Like not every episode at that for those was based on Jawbreakers, though to be fair, I can't remember what any of the plots for those
Oh
episodes
no,
were.
no! That is a show that is not about the plot. It's about everything
No,
else.
but like no, the only other plot besides Jawbreakers is the Canker sisters and avoiding them that I can remember.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
That show was amazing. Like that's what my obsession with tongues is, and animation comes from. Because like that
yeah, the
show
tongues in
used
that
tongues
show
all the time.
were-
Tongue is the strongest muscle. You can use it to like do handstands.
And they actually did that in that show. That I distinctly remember that the tongues that. Well, let's face it. That show, nothing there was anthropomorphically, or rather anatomically, accurate, as
No.
most animation for kid shows isn't. But like, there was a time, yes, that they did a handstand on their tongue, and also their tongues were strange colors.
Yeah, their tongues are strange. So their tongues are basically prehensile, like third arms that they
Yeah,
can use for
kind
all
of.
kinds of things. And like, I always thought that was so cool, and it's fun to animate. So I understand why the makers did it, because like, I don't know, big funny tongues are fun to draw. They are. So
Mhm.
like, I believe that it was actually the OP or the theme song where he does the handstand with his tongue. It's like,
That's
oh,
it, you're
the
right.
show right there. But yes, I freaking loved that show. It was so well. It was funny. It was well written. It was well animated. It was unique. I don't think they ever made another show quite like it. Ooh, sorry. Never made. Yeah, there really hasn't been another show quite like that. It's in a class all of its own, and I really did appreciate for that. Like just the crazy adventures, the sometimes mean spiritedness of it. Because like I feel like the crux of the show was these three.
they
well,
aren't
specifically
really-
Eddie, but the fact that
yeah.
these two follow Eddie makes them complicit. They
Mhm.
kind of have whatever happens to them coming because
Yeah.
they're basically following a con artist around.
Yeah.
So when they get, in trouble or trapped by the Kanker sisters or whatever, you're like, listen, like I want you to succeed sometimes, but you kind of had that coming. So
yeah, it was very much.
mean spirited.
Yeah, that it. I
didn't
don't know. I
feel
would.
bad.
They weren't really even anti-heroes. It was just, all right, these are our main characters, and you want them to succeed, but you don't feel bad in the least when they don't. And to be fair, there
Exactly.
weren't many good people in that cul-de-sac. That
No,
like-
everyone in that place is terrible in their own right.
Yeah.
Like which is fair. You know what? There's a more realistic view of what people are
Mhm.
like. Kids, congratulations.
I suppose Johnny, Rolf,
Johnny
and
is, of course, Johnny's all
Yeah.
right. We all
Yeah.
love Johnny.
He's certainly the closest thing to just a pure character that there was Jimmy, who was a little schemer, and that actually came into play
Jimmy's
more.
Jimmy is that fake nice person. Jimmy's the kind of person who's like, oh, I'm so nice and friendly, but is just actually secretly a mean jerk.
Yeah,
you know,
really
it's just like finding ways to
seasons.
backstab people. Yeah, especially in the later seasons. Like, no, you be nice to disarm people so you can get a better shot at their backs with the knife. And I'm like, no, Jimmy. Yeah, hiding behind Ed's sister.
Was it Naz? Sarah, thank you.
Sarah was Ed's sister, and she's like she's as strong as Ed, if not stronger. And so she's constantly beating them up or going insane.
Yep.
She has a crush on Double D, but she still beats the crap out of him because she's like, you give the boys an inch, they take a mile.
Yep. One of the lines of hers I remember was somebody was asking, where is Ed? And she was like, what am I, his keeper? Yes. Backyard. Because yes, she was his keeper.
She was his keeper. Of course she is. Like, someone's got to keep an eye on Ed. Ed's a little bit, it's all over the place. Ed is the most off the walls of all of them. Still lovable though.
Yes.
Still lovable. Like, they're all the characters in there fascinating. I have to say my favorite episode though, that oddly enough is the one that Ed and Eddie are barely in. My favorite episode, the one that I've still sticks with me, is the one where they've disappeared and all the other kids are like, where are they? Are they? Is this a scam? Or we're about to get punked?
They're all so paranoid because
they're just convinced like Eddie is coming up with some scam. This must be a scam because they haven't bothered us yet. And they discover a giant cardboard city made out of boxes. And they're like, this is part of the scam. This is part of it. I knew it. And like, they're so paranoid about it that they end up causing the city to collapse on top of them. Meanwhile, Ed and Eddie are just like off behind like a house somewhere trying to do a plan for their scam because they can't figure it out or something. I can't remember why. They just weren't there.
They were completely unrelated to everything that happened in the episode, that they were trying to think of a scheme and failing. Meanwhile, everyone else was assuming that a scheme was in motion and just, the paranoia, because that's what they do. And the concept of a quiet day in that cul-de-sac doesn't exist.
No, every day, the absence of craziness is possibly the craziest thing of all when everything is crazy.
Indeed.
Oh man, but that one was great. I just love paranoia-fueled episodes like that where all the characters are just like, there's some intrigue, there's some mystery, and they're all just tearing into each other. And like you said, because they're all terrible people, you don't feel bad that they're tearing into each other.
No, you don't. One of the Western animation shows that you mentioned you really enjoy and also slightly influenced your design that I've not seen is one called Wander Over Yonder.
Wander over yonder, wander over yonder. Yes. Like Wander Over the Yonder. If you've seen it, you'll quickly see the comparisons between my design and that one. That one was one of the inspirations I went for, if not necessarily in the design style, at the very least in the general feel of the character. So Wander Over Yonder, let me set the stage for you, is basically a show about in space, there is a character called Wander, and he's this little orange guy with a hat. He's like a little country bumpkin, and he flies around the galaxy with his best friend, who's like a magical seahorse thing. I never quite was clear on what she was, but she's cool, and they fly around through space. And basically Wander's goal is he just wants to make friends. He wants to find people and make people's days happy or better. And so every episode is basically him just going to planets and trying to spread some love and joy. He is just a pure ball of excitement, love, and friendship who believes that everyone can be your friend if you just try hard enough. And now Wander himself is a good character, but Wander would be nothing without his true partner in crime, not the horse lady, no, Lord Hater. And who is Lord Hater, you ask? Have you seen Poppy? If you've seen Poppy, there you go, you got Lord Hater. Lord Hater is basically this big skeleton guy flying around the galaxy trying to conquer worlds because he wants to be super cool, most evil overlord. And
as you do when you're a cartoon villain.
Yes, yes, yes. And he is he tries to play off being a cool evil overlord, and he is in fact a massive dork. Just the biggest freaking dork of all time. And it's adorable. Like he wants to be a villain because he wants to be cool. That's this guy here. Like he has this big to solve this character, he has this big evil cloak, but underneath the cloak he's wearing sneakers. If that gives you an idea what he's like. He just wants to be cool, and Wander wants to be his friend. And he's like, no, get away from me, Wander. You like, you're making me look uncool. And Wander's like, come on, we can have a picnic. I got pastrami. And
Can't turn down pastrami.
Can't turn down pastrami. Pastrami's so good. Pastrami and cheese, like, That is some good freaking food, and it's just adorable. Like every episode, basically, Lord Hater is trying to pull off some crazy scheme to take over a world. Wander shows up, and mostly accidentally. He's not actually actively trying to stop Hater. He's just in doing his love and kindness, just somehow causes his plan to fail. Well, like in various ways, and Hater gets angry, chases Wander around, and it's definitely Monster of the Week, rinse repeat done, but it's all so cute and fun and energetic that it's impossible not to love. It only had like 2 seasons, but it was great. Also had 1 musical episode, and one of the songs is a bop.
Ooh, very nice.
Yes, so that is one that I think really influenced my design. I wanted to be the happy-go-lucky, happy-go-lucky slime boy, and I think that generally, that aesthetic bleeds through in my stuff. I try to spread positivity, because that's one thing I want to be about. I want to spread as much positivity as I can, or as I'm able, if not only to help others, but to help myself. Because, I actually got into VTubing at a very low point in my life where I was feeling very negative. So being able to be an incredibly positive, upbeat character really, really helped me out of some rather difficult times. I honestly think that's one of the amazing things about VTubing for a lot of people, is that it's like almost alchemic. It's hard to describe because I ain't a psychologist or nothing, but the act of wearing a mask, of being able to be someone else, feels almost therapeutic in a way, because it allows parts of yourself that, due to the life you live, the people around you, just never get activated. There are parts of your brain, I feel like, that are just permanently asleep or just atrophied. But by being able to play someone else, you can activate those parts of your brain. And when those brains, like a muscle, they get stronger and stronger, they can interact with the parts of your brain that, other parts of your brain, and help the flow of your brain juices be better. It's like the freaking chakras from Avatar. I don't know. But the act of being able to be a character, I feel like for a lot of people, not just me, has helped them on a personal mental health level. Like, just being able to be someone else, because I never would have got into streaming if I couldn't have been a VTuber. VTubing was like, I would never have had the bravery to put my face on a camera. I still don't really think I do, but the ability to be someone else gave me the courage to do something I would not do, something that I realized that I enjoy and feel quite good at, and just allowed me to break out of a rut I was in. And I'm very happy about that. I'm a lot better now than I was a year ago, and that's something to be thankful for.
Yes, indeed. And you're definitely not alone in that. It's something that a relatively significant number of my past guests have mentioned as well, that they wouldn't have gotten into streaming if VTubing wasn't an option, whether it be just, that they don't like showing their face, or that they feel a different type of pressure, which is entirely understandable when people are looking at you versus when you have, the avatar, as you mentioned it's a puppet, and that little layer of separation makes people feel a bit safer. And like you said, it lets them tap into different parts of their personality and allows them to get into a place where they become not only comfortable but confident in creating. And it's one of the fantastic things about VTubing, because there's plenty of people who either were actually face cam streamers beforehand, or have said, I could probably do this as a face cam streamer, but the fact that it has opened things up to so many people who might not have done so otherwise is one of the really great things about VTubing. And like you said, it creates the opportunity for so much creativity and these different things that people haven't necessarily tried before. And it's just one of the great things about VTubing, part of how I wound up as a fan and why the show exists.
I agree 100%. Like, that is actually one of the most amazing things about it. Like, it has opened up creativity for people who otherwise felt they could not, and that is an incredible blessing. Like, there are so many wonderful people in this community, so many wonderful content creators coming up with amazing ideas, like, you know, able to express themselves in ways they never could before, and that is a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful, wonderful thing that I think we should all be incredibly grateful for, because like something like that, especially in times like these, does not happen often. Like, you know, one good thing could come out of these, you know, past few years is that the VTubing explosion really gave people an outlet to be themselves by being someone else, and that is a wonderful thing.
Yes, indeed. And new style. Look, Ma, Johnny's on TV. Yep, that. See that you're a first time chatter.
I'm on TV. Look at me, Knives. It's amazing. Look.
That is literally how we opened this episode. Nibs, welcome on in. So yes, he is indeed on the TV.
I'm on the TV. I'm on the TV, everybody. Oh man, it's fun to be on the TV. It's fun. I'm on the talking tube, talking about all the things that I talk about or think about. Lovely, I love it.
You mentioned in passing a couple of times, but Avatar, which obviously most people at this point, I'd say, know Avatar: The Last Airbender. That has become one of just a cultural icon. And if you haven't seen it, go watch Avatar. That it deserves the hype. You want to talk about shows that get into deep characters, that have amazing side characters, that stick the landing. Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, definitely. Like, that show stuck its landing. It had amazing characters, side characters. It was a tight focus from beginning to end. Like, can't ask for more than that. Like, there's almost no wasted space. Like, only one piece of wasted space everyone can agree on is the Canyon episode. And if that's just one episode out of otherwise perfectly paced seasons, forgivable. You know, you could just skip that one. You don't need it. Need it. So it's fine.
And like, there was a bit of a moral there that, you know, the ideas of different cultures or, you know, opposing factions coming together. And yes, the gag that was used at the end to have them come together was, in and of itself, I think, the best part of the episode, because it was just lying. But
lying. See, that's the secret to world peace. We just have to lie. Why wasn't it so clear? Okay. Everybody, if you stop fighting, y'all get a free pony. Everyone gets a free pony.
There you go. I'm in.
Oh man, see, perfect. Now, see, we're not giving them ponies. No one's getting a pony. It's great. We solved world peace. We solved
world peace with ponies.
Ponies for days. But yes, Avatar is, I mean, it needs no introduction. That show is one of the best shows out there. Like, I mean, it remains a cultural icon. A lot of shows spent there like the next 10 years trying to chase that high in some way or another. No one really quite made it, but you know, they did their best. And like I said, that was another piece of animation that really pushed the boundaries of what animation can be. Like, I feel like we can thank more adult, more mature animation, like that's not comedy or for kids. A lot of that can be thanked to Avatar. It really can. Like, it definitely, it hit something with a lot of people. It resonated. It was a good adventure story. It had clear-cut morals, like, you know, amazing side characters, Sokka, Katara, Zuko, and Uncle Iroh. Uncle Iroh hug still makes me freaking cry.
Yep,
still makes me cry my eyes out every time I see it.
Also,
you can't
connecting
just throw
the
that
dots
at me out of nowhere.
Iroh and Aku, both same voice actor, Mako.
Yes, that's true. That's very true.
Also, it's Navi.
I think for the was that? I think it was just for the last season. But sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, the voice actor for Iroh sadly passed between the second and third season, so they got the new voice actor. And if memory serves, actually, the one who played Iroh in season 3 is the same voice actor that they got for Aku.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, because like his voice was different. Yeah, no, you are correct. You are correct. Actually, yes, you are. My memory now serves. Yeah. Legends, all of them. Legends, all of them.
It's Navi says, yes, go watch the movie. Oh yeah, I've seen a couple compilation movies. I don't know if they'll ever try a live action one. It seems like it might be hazardous, but yeah, I'm sure that you can go watch a movie length recap of the animated, and it would be pretty good. Yeah.
Moral of Avatar: colonialism is bad. Coffee. We're talking about the one with the 4 freaking elements. We're not talking about the blue people one. Get that crap out of here.
Then again, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Well, would that sort of still be the same for Last
Airbender? I mean, the Fire Nation was trying to colonize the world, I guess, but we never really touched on any just, colonial themes. They were more like the evil empire.
Yeah, they weren't even necessarily trying to impose their culture. It was just, we are supreme, we are going to take over world, and everyone else is second class. So that would be more of just tyranny bad.
Honestly, I feel like the only genuine theme that considers for all of Avatar is just multiculturalism and how it's, how wonderful it can be when we all bring these disparate ideas together into one person, aka the Avatar. Because beyond that, it feels like every character has their own moral, like you can pull out of. Like Zuko is redemption, Aang is nonviolence, Sokka is finding your worth or self-worth. Kind of backlog that a little bit, but there.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's her name? Toph. Hers is basically, learning to accept, love from each other. Not even if you're strong enough to be on your own, you can still accept love from others, and that's a beautiful moral that we can all get on. And then, of course, they threw that away for Legend of Korra, where she became a dirty old swamp lady, living alone, never talking to anybody. Legend of Korra
was still very good. That just in the sliding spectrum, it was still distinctly above average. But it's not going to reach the
above average for its show. Like, it was always doomed to live in the shadow of its parent show. Like, I think some stuff of it was I feel like it was butchered partially by the studio who was trying to push it out.
It also had one of the most insane production, or not production, but release.
Oh yeah, it was
histories.
A beautiful show. It was beautiful to look at. Like, everything in it was amazing. They spared no expense on that. Yeah. I feel like writing wise, the first season was had a lot of potential to it, but I feel like they could have turned the first season into an entire series instead of having every season be its own arc. Because that's a good question, the disparity between benders and non-benders, and I feel like that could have been explored more.
Yeah.
But
second season was the low point. Third season was the apology.
And don't talk about the second season. No, that was terrible.
Third and fourth seasons were the apology for season 2, and I accept their apology.
Yeah, I accept your apology. Third season was good. I liked it. Zephyr and the other villain benders, they were pretty awesome. Like Slender Man, Water Bender Girl, pretty cool. Lava Bending Guy, sweet. Flying around Zephyr with air bending. Yeah, all right. I will take it. Clear cut goal too. We want to kill the Avatar to cause anarchy. You know what? That's fine. I feel like the fourth season is where it kind of went off the rails again, because someone on that show was just obsessed with putting mechas in Avatar, and I'm not sure why anyone thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, that was it.
I mean, listen, I like mechas as much as the next guy. A lot of my favorite animes have mechas, but
yes,
I don't know if I don't believe they belong in Avatar. I don't think they belong in Avatar at all. Oh geez. It was fine. It has its flaws, it has its high points. I would say first and third season are the best. Fourth season follows behind that, and you just skip second season. Don't subject yourself to that.
Yeah, basically.
It cheapened the whole show.
Yeah, and but when I talk about the craziest release, do you remember that initially it was broadcast on Nickelodeon, as the series was, but then it was in the middle of season 3 that they shifted it to online release only. And I think part of it was because
right.
because it started to get really mature and violent. They asphyxiated someone on screen.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I'm pretty sure they killed people in the original Avatar as well, so it's not really that horrific. But like, yeah, they did. They did do that. That was a thing that happened. I mean, great way to get around that bloodless kill rule. So still make it horrifying. Congratulations, you succeeded. Now we have to make a new rule about that. But yes, that was that was another mistake there, like, because they were shitted to online, and that was, for those of you, you youngins out there, this is way before streaming was a thing. This was like, what? You can watch shows online?
Early days.
Like that was like when I think Netflix wasn't making original content yet, or just came out with like House of Cards days. Though my timetables might be a little messed up, but somewhere around there. And so yeah, the show was suffering badly after, the third season was good. I feel like the fourth season was rushed. The fourth season was rushed, or like they got budget cuts because they had a clip show episode. And any show that is a clip show episode, you can tell for a fact that something went on behind the scenes where they were like, okay, we need to make a extra episode and we don't have time to animate or make anything, or rip out stuff from other episodes, clip show.
Yep.
So something went wrong.
It's a good tool, but it's obviously not a tool that you want to use because, like you said, that indicates something went wrong. And I don't begrudge studios for using it, but it, like you said, it's never something that you want to see.
I don't begrudge the creators for using it, but at the same time, when something goes wrong, usually I'm like, someone in the studio, I think, messed up.
Yeah.
I don't blame the artists or writers or creators for that. No, but I'm definitely willing to blame the studio. Yeah.
Jumping around a bit.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
So talking about Avatar and, a long-running franchise that has had ups and downs, certain things have complex continuities. You mentioned to me that one of your favorite game series is Kingdom Hearts, and obviously Kingdom Hearts, with the announcement of Kingdom Hearts 4 dropping just a couple weeks ago, that is a series that is beloved by many, has been around for now 20 years, and is, I would go as far as saying, prolific for its complex storyline and just the overall production history of that one, because Kingdom Hearts 3 took, I think, a decade, and they had all these side games, but it's one that has resonated with you. I remember actually seeing a tweet from Poppy just the other day, because he's been revisiting it, saying that it really resonated with him, and I know it's a big one for a lot of people.
Oh boy, Kingdom Hearts. I love you. Why you gotta do me dirty? But oh, I love you, Kingdom Hearts. All right. 1 sec. I need a drink to get into this.
Oh boy, here we go. Johnny mentioned to me that he has thoughts about Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, I knew this was coming up. Johnny. All right. Okay. So Kingdom Hearts. All right, let's start with the good. Let's start in the good zone. Yes, I love Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts has always resonated with me as a show, or not show, video game. Words. This is difficult. Okay. So I started playing Kingdom Hearts back when I was a teenager, and I started playing it around that age. I think I recall my little sister wanted me to play it, and I was around that age where you're all edgy, I'm edgy teenager, nobody gets me. I have time for little kid things like this. Hair flip, because I did have emo hair back then. Not ashamed. I like my emo hair. I thought it looked nice. But anyway, so I was playing it there, and all I was playing is this game is dumb and silly. Well, deep down inside, I'm like, this is the best game ever. Oh my god, this is me. I want the power of friendships to travel around with Donald and Goofy and Mickey. Oh man. Plus, that was probably around the time I was having my gay awakening. So, watching Sora and Riku just being all best
Yeah,
friends
we
quotations.
Mhm.
Like, that might have stirred something in me. But yes, I loved the first Kingdom Hearts. I love Disney. I still love Disney now. Disney, despite their many, many issues, I love Disney content. I love Disney movies. I always will. I will love Disney songs. I grew up on them. Aladdin, Lion King, Mulan, all that stuff. And I still like their new stuff as well. I love, like, Onward, Ray of the Last Dragon, and Kanto, all that stuff. All that stuff is great. And like I'm glad that they're still making good stuff. I wish they would maybe try to make a few more hand-drawn 2D animations. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's right there. I realize 3D is cheaper, but like, you're Disney, you can afford it. You don't pretend like you can't. But yes, I loved that stuff. I loved the world. I loved that because, like I said, that was around the age where, at the same time, I was feeling edgy and wanted more grown up. So the idea of my favorite Disney characters being brought in with Final Fantasy characters, these anime characters, it was like the things that I loved from my childhood were being lifted up into my grown-up or wannabe grown-up lifestyle. My young adult feeling. So it really, I think, it hit me at just the right time. So I loved that. I loved the whole story about Life in Darkness, and I liked, I liked the character designs. I liked fighting, like, the Disney villains forming their own council of evil and like kidnapping the princesses to open a hell gate to unleash darkness upon the world. That's freaking awesome idea. Like, excellent. Like, should probably get more of that in future games, which we're gonna get into in 1 second. Okay. So yes, I loved it. I loved the wackiness of it. I love the general feel. I still, despite the story from there, well, let's go from there. So Kingdom Hearts 1, liked it, loved it. Kingdom Hearts 2, better, even better, more amazing. Like, it introduces Roxas, the best character in the entire series. It shows off, like, Organization 13, who were just so cool that the entire series became about them from there going onward. And like, it, I think, had the... Well, okay, so here's the thing on Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 is definitely my favorite in the series. I love, like, the adult organization stuff. I was really moved by Roxas's whole story and, like, all the feelings there. But this, Kingdom Hearts 2, is objectively where things started to go off the rails. It was barely noticeable. It was the pebble on the train track. You know what? And while you're riding along, you didn't notice that, but you are no longer aligned on the track, and things are on their way to going wrong.
Yeah, the first one was very self-contained. That it was, Light and Darkness. We have the Heartless and Heartless Bad, and then introducing the concept of the nobodies and having the other organizations, that they broaden the world. And I think that's part of why 2 is regarded as so good, that it really, it added that depth, it added really nice world building. And then they decided to explore it in, I don't know, was it like 7 side games before they got to 3? And part of it was that I think they weren't allowed to continue the main story because it wasn't 3. Therefore, you have to do side stories. And if you're going to make any story compelling, you have to give it depth. And I think that's where it all goes haywire, that because they weren't allowed to continue the main story, that they just had to keep making more and more and more depth,
more and more complexity, more and more craziness on the side that had to be tied up at the end. And
because that was the only territory that they were allowed to play in, that or prequel territory, which they did do slightly. But once again, that still only adds more depth. 3 has to address as well.
Has there ever been a prequel that hasn't muddled the story further? Has anyone ever made a... I try to think it out in my head. Is there...
The function of a prequel is to add depth to the existing narrative.
Yeah, that's the idea behind them, but like in practice, I find prequels usually just muddle things further rather than adding depth, if that makes sense. But that's just my own opinion. Like, I'm sure if you looked hard, you could find one prequel that genuinely did that, but I think that's the exception that proves the rule. They're usually not not the best idea. Because like usually the only purpose of prequel is to explore the mythic age or like the before times, and like in storytelling you keep your before times before, because that's where you can have some mystique. If you explore them, they're not so interesting no more. But that's a side story. That's a side thing though. Let me get back on track with 2, because I have a point I need to get to. I have a point I need to get to on Kingdom Hearts, so that this rant I'm about to go on makes sense. Okay, so 2 is great. I loved that the organization was there. I loved how, like, you know, they felt like a step up from the previous villains. Okay, not because I liked the previous ones. Previous villains were great. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, the Disney villains. But then they broadened the world and they improved on it. They built on it. They made it more complicated and interesting. And I like that. But the flaw that starts to stick in is that the Disney characters, while they're there, while they interact, like, you know, with the organization sometimes and with Sora, they are not prevalent. Like Maleficent is like the first half of the game, she gets sort of a boss role, but then she's basically out of the story from there. And the other Disney stuff, like, it's there, it's part of it, it's interacting, but it takes a secondary role of sorts.
Yeah.
It's still not enough. It's still not so bad that it's noticeable. And in the context of the game, I think it works because, you know, it's a prequel and they're building up and they want to build up these new villains, so it works. But there is the rot. There's the problem, because then Birth by Sleep comes out, and Birth by Sleep is still a good game. Still a good game. And like, yes, it's good, but the Disney stuff once again feels secondary. It's repeatable, it's there, but none of the actual important story stuff happens in the Disney things at all. You're not even introduced to the villains or the side characters really, or you're just jumping around from worlds doing side quests, and they're good side quests, and I like the story and characters enough that I don't mind too much. But it's there. The problem is getting bigger and bigger. Then Dream Drop Distance happens, and Dream Drop Distance is, I mean, it's not terrible. It's basically like they tried to put Pokemon in a Kingdom Hearts game, which is a interesting choice, but it's there. I don't really have much to say about Dream Drop Distance. Like, characters are there and things happen. Like, that's where they introduced time travel, and that's, I think, another reason why the story got off the rails. But here's the rot. Here's the problem with Kingdom Hearts. In the third one, the Disney stuff is pure filler, to the point where they do not even interact with Sora. Sora is in the background of otherwise perfectly recreated Disney movies. Like, it's basically like they could have just taken a scene from the Disney movie and just plopped Sora in the background, and there would be no difference. There would be no difference at all, because like the characters barely acknowledged Sora existed, and the other villains like have no, you know, collection of the Disney characters. The only remaining Disney character is Maleficent, wandering from world to world, and she's irrelevant. It's almost a joke, her story. Her joke is that she's trying to find a box, and by the end of the story, she doesn't find the box. She just stands there and watches other people find the box, and it's like, I'll get you next time, Gadget, or whatever. And oh my god, and that is where the problem is, because like that whole game, the first 90% of it is filler. It's Disney filler, and I love Disney. I love it. I don't want the Disney stuff to be filler, and the last 10% is the actual plot, all backloaded at the end. And this is where Kingdom Hearts is both hopeful and worrying me. So here's the thing. The new Kingdom Hearts looks like it is fully embracing the anime. All right, it's decided that instead of like, you know, doing this weird marriage that it feels like neither side wants, because Disney has always held Kingdom Hearts at a arm's length. I don't know why.
It makes us a lot of money, but it's also the active invasion and almost tainting of this very understandably protected canon.
Yes, I know. Like, I feel like that's part of the reason why like the Disney characters are stuck on their own worlds, because like they don't want the Disney characters interacting with each other in the game, because they're like, no, we don't want you mixing our peas and our porridges, and like Disney's only gotten more restrictive.
It still astounds me that Kingdom Hearts exists in the first place.
I know, it's amazing. Like, it's
incredible that they were allowed to use the characters to the degree that they use them. So I wouldn't even necessarily call the restriction and the use of the characters surprising, but it becomes a as they try to make the story and the lore deeper, that the Disney property becomes much more, I guess the best way to phrase it would be just a burdensome almost, because they know they can't use the Disney characters and the Disney lore in this broader story of Sora and Roxas and the others, because they have to be contained to their own worlds. So as they build out that other story, that there's sort of it becomes more awkward that they have to have still these Disney characters and these storylines that basically encapsulate the films, because that's part of the draw of Kingdom Hearts building, of, that you get to sort of play through these.
Yes. And like that is part of the draw there, and that's the issue, because if you take away the Disney stuff, what do you have? You have a
Final Fantasy
game. You have a Final Fantasy game, and arguably without the Disney stuff, maybe a mediocre one, to be honest. Like, I mean, well, the combat's still good, but like story wise,
Disney is what's getting people in the door for the Final Fantasy game. If anything, it's almost like a bait and switch. It's like, hey, you want to play this Disney game? Psych, it's actually Final Fantasy.
Yes, and that's what I don't like, because I want the two to be in harmony. I don't want the two to be like a bait and switch. I want, because like the first one and the first one, I feel like perfectly balanced as well as it could with the properties. The Disney villains are like, for the majority of the game, the driving like evil force.
The evil council of evil, and that
the evil
they
council
were
of evil.
allowed to interact just
yes.
enough for it to be okay. But, like I said, the plot to 1 was very simple, and it worked with the Disney characters because it was simple and it didn't need to be complex. And that I don't want to say that Disney characters aren't allowed to be complex, because they can be very complex. But the trouble is, they can't be complex outside of their respective canon.
And that's what upsets me, because like for me, what should have happened is, because like one of my favorite parts of Kingdom Hearts 2 is the part where Jack Sparrow is interacting with one of the organization members. I thought that was really cool. What does Jack Sparrow, of all characters, think about this organization? I feel like that should have been the progression. Instead of the Disney characters become more and more insular, they should become more involved with the plot. There should be like, Disney characters should have been part of the final battle against Organization 13. They should have opinions on what's going on. Like, oh crap, there's other worlds and there's a Heartless stuff. Okay, that's interesting. Well, come on, we can't just stay here. We gotta come and help you. And like the Disney characters should have formed like, I don't know, their own council of heroes, like Disney Avengers in the game. That's a progression that it should have taken, but instead things have only gotten more and more insular with the Disney stuff. And it's not entirely Disney's fault now for being more insular, because also on the other hand, it's Tetsuya Nomura is the one making this game. And listen, I like Tetsuya Nomura's stuff, but I feel like his entire career the last few years has been him screaming into the void, why was I not allowed to make Final Fantasy Versus 13? And like, I get it, pal, it was terrible what they did to you, gutting the project and making 15, but dude, oh boy. And this is where, because like I said, it feels like more and more the two are separating, and this is where I am both happy and nervous about the future game, because on one hand, the choice to embrace the anime side fully is probably one of the better ones, because like I said, this marriage between the two has not been working, and if neither side is willing
that they seem to be saying, all right, we're not going to try this thing that would be overly forced and isn't working anymore, so we're just going to let it be okay that we are separating from this to an extent. But at the same time, you still have to have the Disney stuff somewhere. That's what makes it hard.
That's where my nervousness is.
Where is it? And what's the capacity?
Is the Disney stuff going to just be a hand wave, a barely anything? Like, it feels like part of me is worried, will it just turn out that Donald and Goofy aren't even with Sora for the most? There's like maybe a couple cutscenes of them walking around, and that's it. And that makes me nervous, because if you like, listen, I'm excited. I like the idea of anime Sora. I like the idea that they're breaking away from like, the marriage that's not working. I'm excited to see the idea of basically Sora in a Yakuza game where he has to go order coffee and go to the dry cleaners and realize he only has one pair of clothes, and and just all the weird stuff, because Sora's probably like the definition of a stunted Goku character, because like he's spent most of his formative years traveling in space with a cartoon duck and dog, and has no concept of money, jobs, or anything like that. So it'd be interesting seeing him interact interact with a full-on anime world. And plus the design looks amazing with the Heartless wandering around like a kaiju. So I am excited for that. I am happy. There is a part of me that's really, really hopeful for this game. Like I feel like if they do it right, there will be cut out the chaff. This could be an amazing game, but the thing that makes me upset is what could have been, because even if it's an amazing game, will it just be a really good Final Fantasy game, or could just Kingdom Hearts in name only? Because like I always wonder what could have been if they had taken a different progression and really bonded the anime and the Disney stuff together more. For me, that could have been the perfect world, but we're not in that world. We're in the darkest timeline.
Yeah, and at the same time, I also wonder, it's been so long since it first came out, and that in some ways I think Kingdom Hearts 3, and I say this as someone who hasn't played, that I played through 1 and most of 2, but I didn't finish 2 because I forget why I dropped it. It wasn't because I wasn't enjoying it. I got busy with something, and it was one of those things where I just never picked it back up. I know I need to get to it. But from what I have heard and what I feel like happened with 3 was Kingdom Hearts 3 had there was the big delay, and a lot of corporate philosophy can change in that time. And certainly I feel like Disney as a whole has shifted a lot in the pre and post Marvel era in where they're willing to go with their IP. And I think that 3 was inherently hamstrung because it had to pay off the debts of the side games between 2 and 3. That it had to finish what it started. And from what I understand, for all intents and purposes, it finished what it needed to finish. That it paid off that debt, and that it left things open for more things. That the existence of 4 isn't inherently a wait. I could have never imagined that there would be a continuation, but I wonder if there will be a difference, because now that they've paid off the debt and they're starting relatively clean, that you have existing Sora, but like you said, that he's a relatively simple protagonist character, that where do they go now in this new age where, one, they have already reconfirmed that the Kingdom Hearts fandom and the public appetite for Kingdom Hearts is still there. Because if Kingdom Hearts 3 had not done well commercially, that goodness knows there wouldn't be 4. That's just how franchises work. And my guess is if they're making 4, it's not just going to be one more. This is probably what they want to be, a new trilogy. So that they are now starting from square one again in, with 20 years now of corporate philosophy down the line. And I wonder where they will go with that. And the added layer of all this is the thing that a lot of people talk about is, well, Star Wars is technically on the table and Marvel is technically on the table, and those are still Disney properties technically, but
true.
But since they aren't, I feel like, how do I phrase this? I talk show host, I word good. I feel like those are not going to be as safely or as closely guarded as the golden age of Disney animation. It's not Snow White, it's not Hercules, it's not Mulan. That since these weren't Disney in origin, that I wonder if they are going to be a bit looser with how they allow characters from, if they work in those other franchises, to interact with the characters. Just will they have different standards essentially for their historical properties and IP and characters versus ones that they have acquired over the years, and just in general have the executives in Disney come to be more open-minded with what they are willing to let their characters do, and then the added freedom from the narrative perspective of, okay, since we're starting from zero again, that we don't have all that built up debt of other characters that need to have things resolved, which is going to take away screen time from the Disney characters. So my guess that probably also is what played into part of them having to lean more into the existing ones or the non-Disney characters, because that's what a lot of the side games built up. And then where do they go now? And you're right that there's any number of directions they could go in. And think it's very reasonable to be both excited and nervous because we don't know where it's going to go.
And yeah, that is true. Like you make a good point there that for its faults, 3 successfully tied up everything to the point where it felt like it was more than tying everything up perfectly than doing a full-on story, which I think is part of its problem. But it tied up all that stuff, so that stuff is done. A lot of stuff we don't have to deal with anymore. So there is a lot of freedom with this new title to do whatever kind of story they want, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. It means that there is really no one has any real idea what this story is going to be. So I am interested in that. I mean, like, I know like the 3 had like a post-credit scene about the box, and that might do something, but beyond that, there is really no idea what kind of tale it'll be. And I am interested to see where they go. I definitely am excited. Like, let me be clear. I'm not unexcited. I am hopeful. I watched that trailer, and believe me, when I watched the trailer for the new Kingdom Hearts, I was like yelping like a schoolgirl. I was like, yes, 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 yes. It's just in hindsight, as I thought about it more, I'm like, oh, is this as good as I thought? Is there are ways this could go horribly wrong? And I grew up with Kingdom Hearts. I want Kingdom Hearts to succeed. I want it to be good. I want more of it to be made. I feel like, why is there not a Kingdom Hearts Disney Plus show? Or get on that, Disney. But still, like, I am hopeful but also a little cautious. Just a little cautious. I don't want to be disappointed. I don't want to get hurt again, Kingdom Hearts.
I feel like most people are sort of in that camp, and it's something that you get a lot, whether it be something like Avatar, and you have Legend of Korra, and you have to hope that it lives up to its predecessor, or Star Wars, and goodness knows that has its own complex history. So that's just how it goes, that when you have continuations and new, whether it be a new installment, a new trilogy, but when you move past the first round of a story and restart again with a new arc, but it's the same characters or world or at least universe, that there's inherently going to be that trepidation because you never know how it's going to live up to its predecessor and how it's going to remain faithful but be its own thing. It's a difficult proposition for the creators as well, of course, and we can only really hope for the best.
I mean, yeah, I believe everyone who's working on it is trying their hardest to make the best game possible. And like I said, I'm hopeful. I mean, it's probably going to be another 3-4 years before it's done. Like, it was in the early development stages when we got that trailer. So I'm certain we won't be hearing from it again for a while.
It's going to be a while. This is going to be one of those things that people likely are going to be, posting, all right, when is it going to be happening? It's going to be the thing that coming E3, and even if there is or isn't an E3 show, that around June is when a lot of companies like to drop trailers and whatnot, and people are going to be wondering where it is. But for Square Enix as a whole, it doesn't matter if it's Kingdom Hearts or other games, that they show their early teaser trailers when production is in its earliest phases, that a lot of that was pre-rendered or just proof of concept stuff. We're probably not going to get another trailer for a year and a half minimum.
Yeah. I mean, it probably will be a long time, and the final game may look a little different. Depends on how things go. Like you said, company designs change over time. I'm hopeful that we get this game. I hope it's amazing. I hope that we can really wash out the taste of 3. Like, I keep bragging on 3. I want to point out that 3 is not a bad game. I played bad games. It just was it left a sour taste, I think, in a lot of people's mouth. Like, it's got a bitter aftertaste and bitter during taste as well. Like, but it's not a bad game. I certainly enjoyed parts of it while I played it. And the ending, despite being very backloaded, is pretty good. It's a pretty good final boss
the
fight.
Landing.
I mean, the landing.
Maybe not perfectly, but it didn't pull Game of Thrones at the very least.
It certainly didn't do that. Yes, it stuck its landing, I guess. Yeah, it did. Maybe a little bit too meticulously, but yeah, it didn't do a Game of Thrones. Oh, dear Lord. Game of Thrones and Voltron Legendary Defender. 2 shows that destroyed themselves because of their terrible endings.
I didn't see Voltron. I heard it wasn't that good. One that I got into that was in that vein. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but that, in my opinion, very much did nail its landing. Shira and the Princesses of Power, which is another American Western animation show that definitely took cues, I felt, from things like Avatar. It was around the same time as Voltron. I don't remember which came out first, but they were probably in production at approximately the same time.
Oh yes, She-Ra Princess Power. That's a show that I loved when it was out. It is the love story between a giant jock muscle girl and her cat, and it's fantastic. Like, it's very good. It did stick its landing. It's like, it's basically that epic friends enemies love story sort of thing, where the enemies are actually in love with each other, but they're on different sides of this war, and the cat has a lot of issues to get over. I mean, they're a cat, I think psychological issues is just in the DNA, but it's a very good one. I quite liked the ending. I thought it definitely stuck it with, them saving Eternia and defeating the evil, cultist Horde Prime monster. Like, it was quite good. It definitely had a few bumps on the show. I think it was far from perfect, but all in all, I left that one satisfied. Honestly, though, like, the act of sticking a landing is such a rarity. Like, I feel like,
especially if you're working with something that is more than one season, that if you're a one season show, like for a lot of anime, that it's going to be 12, 13 episodes and that's it, or maybe 24. But when you get into 3, 4, 5 seasons, that's when it becomes so much more difficult, but so much more satisfying if it's done right.
I mean, yeah, like, I think a perfect example of this is Avengers End Game, which a lot of people have pointed out that when you dissect the plot of this individual movie, it's not that great, but no one cares. Everyone loves it because it stuck the landing for 23 previous movies, which should have been impossible. It should not have done that. I remember
sitting in that theater when the portal scene, the Avengers Assemble scene.
Whatever, exactly what everyone wanted, and what we wanted, Avengers Assemble.
I was shaking my head in the movie theater, watching that play out, thinking to myself, this scene shouldn't exist. By all rights, this scene should not be possible. Just in that moment, realizing this scene is literally 10 years in the making. It is mind-boggling how much had to be put in place to make that scene what it was, and goodness knows it was emotionally satisfying. That there's videos of people going wild in theaters.
That's 10 years of buildup, of preparation, emotionally paid off, and Lord knows, like, that should not be possible in itself, but gosh darn diddly dang it was satisfying. Like, I'm a big Marvel fan. I like Marvel, so I got a little bit of bias. I recognize some of its flaws, and
it's not perfect.
That right there, that stuck the landing, that hit all the things it needed to, and it had just that right amount of sacrifice. Like I said, it gave you what you wanted, but also what you needed. With the end, with Tony having to sacrifice himself, and that whole "I am Iron Man" ended the way it began.
Yep.
Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. That was good. That was good. I was giddy as all hell in that theater. I was shaking around like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh jeez, that was good.
It was a good one.
Oh, sorry. I could gush about Marvel for a bit. I mean, that's another discussion I could have. Like, I'm excited for Doctor Strange. I'm very excited for Doctor Strange. I'll say that. I'm really hoping it revitalizes it, because the stuff after Endgame hasn't been bad, but a lot of it's also been not mind-blowing. So I'm excited.
I feel like, because obviously we're back in a phase 1 sense, and it's, I think, a really good parallel actually for where Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to be, that you resolved your main thing and that you are now sort of at square one again, but you have all this other infrastructure and stuff that you can do, and how do you use it? And the way that Marvel has gone, and part of this is because we now have, I suppose, the luxury of things like Disney Plus and them being able to do short form series that goes into these side characters that would never get their own movie, but that we're able to have a limited series for Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that we're able to have WandaVision and things like that, that adds on, and it creates more complexity like the side games did with Kingdom Hearts, and how that all works together. Unfortunately, all the pieces of Marvel are allowed to play with each other much more seamlessly than things in Kingdom Hearts. But at the same time, it makes it more complex, and it means there's gonna be more stuff that you have to pay off. And I think right now, since we're still in what would amount to the first phase, that we're in this building process, so things in terms of the just scale and impact is not going to be anywhere near as big as End Game or Infinity War, because that's just how narrative arcs go. And anytime you have to reset, and this goes, I think, for a lot of series, that the things right after the big finale always feel less by comparison, because you just naturally have the memory of that big finale in your mind, and that's the most immediate comparison that you're able to draw. So I think it's almost impossible for a continuation in its first phase to live up to the finale of its prior phase. But now I think we're getting in a couple of years to this first phase, and it's not as black and white as it was with the Infinity Saga, that, Avengers, the movie, was the end of phase 1 for them. And I forget where the line was drawn for phase 2, but it feels like we haven't gotten to our end of phase 1 yet, but we're getting close to it. And it's going to be interesting to see what that is and what form it takes.
I am excited, like I said, because a lot of the stuff they've been showing has been really Magic multiverse focused, and it's Doctor Strange, the Magic guy, Multiverse of Madness. So I'm hoping that this is the one that really sets the direction going forward of what we're doing.
They have said that Stephen Strange is the new Tony Stark in terms of narrative function.
Yeah, no, that tracks with everything we've seen so far. Like, Kamatage is basically the new Avengers Tower. The sorcerer guy there is just Wong, is just bringing all the people, like, all right, you come with us now. Come with us. Welcome to the Magic Land. Sling Ring. We got a box there, and I'm excited for that. I loved No Way Home. I should point out, I absolutely loved that. It was excellent. Like watching the Spider-Man talk about
nailing the landing and your delayed payoffs.
I know. Like nailing the landing for 2 other movies at the same time, and them all just hugging each other and saying, "Love you guys." All the Spider-Man self-love. Spider-Man self-love. I'm here for it. Because Spider-Man's one of my favorite heroes, and I love the Tom Holland ones. They're very good in my opinion. And so I loved that, and I'm hoping that we can get more of that with this next one. And just because I think maybe there's 2 reasons I've had issues. Is one, COVID happened, so a lot of these movies or stuff was supposed to be out like a year ago. So it kind of feels like we've been running in place. And maybe that's all the other issue with some of the stuff. Because like you said, it's building more complexity, but not pushing the story forward, a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see if we can start pushing the story forward a little bit.
Yeah, they're in Kingdom Hearts side game syndrome right now.
Yeah, that's where we're at. And some of the side games are good. I like Birth by Sleep. I think Birth by Sleep is a great game, but we need to push the story forward. Can't just build up all this side game complexity. Oh no, you're coming out with a MOBA game. Please no. Oh,
we will see though.
We'll see. I am hopeful. But yeah, that's just my rant on Kingdom Hearts. Mostly my opinion. I'm hopeful. I still love it. I've still I draw myself a Kingdom Hearts outfits. I want to play Kingdom Hearts on stream one of these days to reconnect to it. I probably will do that soon. And just we'll see where it goes with there. But yeah.
Soraksai VTuber in the chat, I'm guessing your name inspiration probably comes from Kingdom Hearts. Yes, Kingdom Hearts fans here caught us, I think, at the end of that particular conversation, but the VOD will be available here on Twitch and then on YouTube later. So definitely some good stuff to sink your teeth into. Welcome on in.
Welcome. Hope you're doing good.
On the perhaps simpler side of games, and I suppose most things are going to be simpler when stacked up against Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
One game that you and I both share a love for that this was months ago that you used it as your music in, I forget if it was for a birthday stream or a charity stream, but used the music from Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. And it was one of those things of, did we just become best friends because I love Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg?
Billy Hatcher. Dun, 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 dun. I love Billy Hatcher. Billy Hatcher is a fantastic game. I don't know why it didn't get more popular. It's like a cult classic, hidden inside of a gem, inside of a factory, inside of a, I don't know.
And made by Sonic Team, no less. So it's not like this was some company that came and went. It was just, sadly, the game didn't do very well commercially. But
yeah,
diamond in the rough for sure. If you're able to get your hands on a copy or an emulator or anything, amazing platformer, delightful soundtrack. No real plot line to speak of. That there is
like there's these bad crows.
Yeah,
they're told you gotta stop, and like those crows don't show up again until the very last level. And like, oh right, there was a boss. I forgot about you.
For all the narrative-driven content that we've been discussing so far, Billy Hatcher is not one of those things. But dang, is it fun?
It is more of an experience. Like it's been a long time since I played it, but I still remember a fair amount. Like you basically, it's a game where you pushing giant egg around. It's called Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and the egg is sort of your main weapon. Like you use the egg to like run over enemies like Katamari Damacy, and like you jump around, and I think you do other stuff with it. But yeah, it's a beautifully very lovely platformer that I definitely recommend anyone who can, if you can find some way to get your hands on it, you should definitely play it. Like I feel like it definitely deserves a Switch a Switch remake, but I think that a lot of games, and clearly Nintendo doesn't share my opinion. Oh boy.
Nintendo doesn't even own it. That's a Sega thing. So
oh, that's true. I just sort of associate games like that with Nintendo. I mean, it was on the GameCube when it was released.
Yeah, it was a GameCube exclusive.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, that might just be it. It could be released anywhere else, but as far as I know, yeah, it was only on the GameCube, and it was a good GameCube game. GameCube was a great era for games like Luigi's Mansion, Billy Hatcher, like I love Sonic games. Was it Sonic Adventure 2?
So Sonic Adventure 2 had been on the Dreamcast memory serves, but it was ported to GameCube for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. The battle just being that there was a two-player versus mode, which had a couple of fun little games, but that wasn't the real crux of it. But I think that's where a lot of people first played it, because the Dreamcast didn't do very well sales-wise, especially in the West. So I certainly associate Sonic Adventure 2 with the GameCube, and that is one of my favorite games of all time.
Oh, it is a wonderful game, like Sonic Adventure 2, otherwise known as Chow Breeding Simulator.
Yeah, well, that was the whole thing. You got 2 full games for the price of 1.
You did. You got a freaking game where you can do Sonic the Hedgehog, but also, the real goal, raising the perfect Chaos Chow, and then racing it and winning the races. Like, oh man, I will raise you, child, to be an Olympic winner. Just like feeding them animal parts and giving them all kinds of powers. I didn't know that I missed some requirement for the Chow reincarnation on my favorite Chow, so he died. I was so sad. I was actually crying, and what ended up happening was like I turned off the game before it could save, and then I put him into Sonic Adventure cartridge, because they had a mini Chow garden on there, and the Chow would never die on there. So I sent my Chow, instead of letting him die, I sent him to purgatory, or just the weird sort of like immortal life stasis thing. But trapped in like, I won't let you die, and you trap him forever in a half-life, and he's like, Father, please let me die.
It's a little messed up when I think about it now.
My existence is constant pain.
But the Chow were so freaking cute.
The Chow were amazing. There was so much complexity, like, getting your different types of Chows, like Shadow Chows or Sonic Chows or Chaos Chows. Like getting the Chow reincarnation was a tough one. Like I just getting them to evolve, like into the Devil and Angel Chows. Do you like Devil or Angel more? Which side?
I love both. Don't make me choose. Yeah. Don't make me choose.
Listen. You could choose both, but let's be honest. Ties are the coward's path. You must choose. I gotta say Angel. Like I wanted to be Devil first,
Angel,
but Angel grew on me.
Yeah, the Angel one was what I tried to get for my favorite one back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, like I wanted to be devil at first. I was like devils, because I want to be all edgy but then I made angels. Like Angel Guard is pretty cool, pretty nice. I kinda like it. I mean, I also like the Devil Garden. Devil Garden was all Halloween, and I love Halloween. Halloween is the best holiday in existence because there's no other holiday like it. Every other holiday was either religious in some way or just a way to sell candy. But Halloween is also a way to sell candy, but it's also weird because, you dress up in crazy masks, and I don't think there's any other holiday in existence that you do that.
No non-denominational holiday at the very least, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as far as I know, like, it's my favorite. It's the funnest one. You make jack-o'-lanterns, you dress up in crazy, costumes, and it's basically National Cosplay Day.
Essentially, I think in the past 5-10 years in particular, that it has very much been embraced as that the nerd community has taken it to the next level, and it's one of those things that you see people who their whole thing is like, is it October yet? Is it October yet? And that when it gets October, that, it's their season.
Oh, same. I love setting up Halloween decorations and getting ready for all the celebration stuff. I just like doing the dress up, and well, the decorations are awesome too. I love seeing everyone's creepy stuff or haunted houses. Like a lot of people in my neighborhood like to build haunted houses in their backyards, or little haunted spooky stuff for Halloween, where you go through a trail and there's all kinds of creepy stuff. Then you get at the end you get your candy, which is pretty cool in my opinion. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Also, day after Halloween is one of the 3 best days of the year for candy buying. The 3 best days of the year for candy buying are November 1st, February 15th, and the day after Easter.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely true. Well, also day after Valentine's Day. That's National Free Chocolate Day.
Yeah, that's February 15th.
Oh, wow. I'm dumb. I'm sorry.
All good.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, okay. How do days work?
Calendar difficult.
Listen. I have trouble with schedules. I am. Yes, I'm calendar blind. But all right. We got off tangent. We were talking about Sonic 2, which is a tangent for something else.
That was a tangent on Billy Hatcher, which it very much also just in your brand. That I was more shocked to hear it in that video because I never hear Billy Hatcher stuff, and it's such a niche thing. But for it to appear in your content of anyone's, it felt the most obvious. It was like, if anyone's gonna use, it's gonna be Johnny, because it's.
Yes.
Yeah, it's.
I would say that Billy Hatcher perfectly matches my brand. It's that song alone, I think, just hits all the points of who I am as a VTuber. And also, Billy Hatcher was one of the references I used when designing my model. I wanted my hair to look a little bit like chicken hair, like the crest of a chicken, because I'm a farm boy. And so I used a little bit of that, not a huge amount, but it was one of the references I had on the page when I was designing myself. And it's a game that I think is just incredibly enjoyable. And if you have not played it, you definitely need to. It's not there's not too much deep to go into it. It's just a great platformer.
Yeah, and great music, and same for Sonic Adventure 2. That I unironically love Crush 40.
Crush 40. Oh, you love Crush 40. You're talking to a man with a Crush 40 playlist that he plays almost every day.
Yes.
I
Put Crush 40 in the Sonic movies, you cowards.
Into my veins. Just get it in there. Open your heart. Live and learn what I'm made of now. Even that freaking His World.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness knows that Crush 40 was the best part of several Sonic games in the late 2000s.
I mean, yeah, it's I talk about being on brand. Crush 40 perfectly nailed Sonic's brand as well. I think it basically defines it. And also, Sonic the Hedgehog, the Sonic Adventure games have decent plots, in my opinion,
Yeah.
decent. Like, the first one's about like, an evil god who's angry for the destruction of all the Chows, and who wouldn't blame him, who wants to destroy the world because of that. And the second one's about, Shadow Ultimate Life Form, revenge for, oh wow, actually they're very similar now that I think about it, now that I'm saying it out loud. Oh, okay. Yeah, one's magic, one's science, but very similar plots. Okay, fair enough, but still very good, very enjoyable. I loved the ending of Sonic Adventure 2, which is like, in my opinion, an incredibly final act for any game. The entire world,
yeah, sticking the landing. Talk about sticking the landing. There you go.
Yeah, the mad scientist has been like, people have been talking about all of the thing, but never really showed up because like he's assumably dead, was making a master plan to destroy the Earth, and that they all unwittingly started. And the ending is basically them fighting in space like Dragon Ball characters against a giant moon with a dragon tied to it. And you know what? Like, if that doesn't do something for you, I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say.
Honestly.
But yes, I love the Sonic Adventure games. I'm trying to think, do I like Sonic still? I Sonic,
think that for me and a lot of other people, I think we still like the concept of Sonic. We still want Sonic to be good. And it's just that Sega's execution has varied over the years, shall we say.
Yeah, varied. Like, I think people say Sonic Colors was good. I've not actually played that, but beyond that, I've not really so far everything else that they've made just does not look very fun or enjoyable. And I don't know. I don't know how to fix Sonic. I don't know. But like, I still enjoy Sonic as a character. I mean, he's blue, I'm blue. What's not to love? And the first two games, I'll always have those, and Sonic Heroes, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed Sonic Heroes.
Oh yeah,
it felt like the closest thing that we're ever gonna get to Sonic Adventure 3.
Yeah, basically is it. Like, it's got all the stuff the other Sonic Adventures got. Multi-part story and a good final act, very good. Like, and then Shadow the Hedgehog came out after that, and oh boy. Who thought? I mean, I get the idea, Shadow is the edgy hedgehog. What is edgy? Guns. Let's give him guns.
The farther we get away from Shadow the Hedgehog's release, the more forgiving I am to it. That I'm sort of at the point where, yes, it's a very bad game in terms of execution. There's the controls are not very tight. The level design is varying. But the more I think about it, I very much respect the attempt that they wanted to try something that was different. They wanted to try something that was edgy, and perhaps they went a bit too tropey, and certain things didn't work, and you could tell that it was them operating outside their comfort zone. But at the same time, I respect them attempting something outside their comfort zone.
Oh, honestly, you know what? All that I could forgive. My gripe with the game is you have to play it 16 times to get to the end.
Yeah.
That's my gripe with the game. That's where it lost me. Like, I could have, all that other stuff, the guns, the aliens, all that stuff I could forgive. Fine, it's Shadow. It makes sense on an edgy way. It's a little much, but you know what? I was a teenager. I get it. But
for those who haven't played it,
think 16 times was just too much.
Think Detroit Become Human, but it's Sonic, and you have far less complex choices for differences.
Is Detroit Become Human good? Did you play it?
I've seen it played. I've never played it myself, but I've seen playthroughs of it. And whereas there's many branching paths for Detroit Become Human, and that they tell different stories, that all that Shadow the Hedgehog is that you have a different goal for each stage. And to be fair, the differences in the goals are not complex, that it's either defeat all of the good guys or defeat all of the bad guys, or get to the goal as fast as you can. And that the choices in that sense are not compelling. It's really just, all right, which ending do you want to get to this time? And then, like you said, play through it 16 times. And that's what...
16 times to get the one true ending, which is like, I don't know why I had to bother with all the other paths.
If we had just had a good path and a bad path and then the true ending, I think the game would have been remembered a lot better and a lot closer to something like Sonic Adventure 2.
I agree. I think it would have been a lot better received. I think that game design is what killed it. Because like you said, the stuff with the guns and all that can be forgiven. It's Sonic, like, you know, it's off the walls, off the cuff. They throw what
being able to use
walls,
projectiles, cool.
sticks.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, all that is not really the problem. The game was just the plot and setup and the way it was all designed was just not good. Not good. And it was I mean, and sadly those flaws continued in Sonic Adventure 06, the game that, you know,
That one I have
let's be
not
honest,
played,
the game
and
that may have been my furry curiosity awakening, because I recall the only reason I wanted to finish that game was I was curious to see if that girl making out with Sonic would do anything for me. It did not. It did nothing.
Oh,
But I played the whole game just for that. I
I'm
was
so
once
sorry.
again teenager, and I was like, "Will this do anything for me? It sounds like something that will do something for me. I'll play this game and watch this human make out with this giant anthropomorphic hedgehog." And they did. They made out, and I was like, "That did nothing."
oh.
Nothing for me.
I
Like,
wish it had, because
well,
then at least it would have been worth your time.
I know, like, I don't know if it would have been, not even then.
Eh.
The internet did exist at this time, but like, oh boy, but still, it was like, and then of course, to add insult to injury, they add the end where it was like, it was all a dream or time travel shenanigans, none of it actually happened, which is, you know, just a generally insulting way to end a, you know, end a story. You're like, ha 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 ha, do you enjoy having your time wasted? Good, sucker. So yeah, that happened. I'm trying to remember now. It's not Sonic 06's problem was, well, as far as it was buggy as all hell, but like it had just 3 paths: Silver, Shadows, and Sonic's. It felt like it was just kind of dull, really. I think that was its biggest crime. The level design was kind of dull. The general pacing of the story was fine, but just dull all around. I think
And
maybe that's like the
from
worst
what
crime
I've
you
seen,
can admit.
watching streams of people play it, I think, like you said, that it was buggy and that it wasn't just dull, but it was frustrating because the controls were not very tight and that it was very easy to die in many unusual
Many
and
stupid,
frustrating
very
ways.
frustrating ways. Yes. Like, the frustration you had to go through was not worth the story or the levels or anything, really. And I think that really hurt it in the long run. Like, it was not a good game. And that was generally where Sonic stopped doing the more
Pre and
edgy
post 06, I
plots.
think, is a era turning game
Yeah,
for the franchise.
That's what
as
they
a
were
whole, 'cause
like, let's stop doing these overarching, big, deep, epic plots of Eggman, you know.
which
taking
sadly
over
then
robots
undercut
and make-
the great stuff that they had built up in 1 and 2.
Yeah, they did, because they had good stuff in that. They had good stuff. They just didn't focus on it properly. And then they're like, all right, let's go for the more cartoony, wacky stuff with Sonic, you know, what's Boom, and Sonic or he turns into a werehog, which sounds
Unleashed,
edgy,
yeah.
but Unleashed, which was just actually kind of goofy when you actually play it. And yeah, like, they've been kind of lost ever since.
And
I mean,
then-
there were a few good ones, actually. There is one Sonic game I like, Sonic and the Secret Rings. That is a game that I think is underappreciated. It's actually quite good. Most people only remember that as the game that led to Sonic and the Black Knight, which everyone hates because it broke the system. Because Sonic Secret Rings is good. It's a good setup. It's a good design. It's the one that tried to use the motion controls
yeah,
to control Sonic's
that's the
movements.
thing that
And that's neat, but they added one other detail. They added sword fighting, and that caused everything to fall out of the bottom of the box.
the thing for me about Sonic and the Seven Rings is that it, for lack of a better word, the controls felt very slippery. And that
They were slippery as all hell.
I just wasn't able to really get into the game, get past the difficulty of the controls. That there was good stuff there, I agree. But I desperately wanted to just use a control stick and treat it like Sonic Adventure, really any other Sonic game at that point, that I did not enjoy the
I
controls.
feel like if they did set it up with the normal controller, if you could play on that like a normal one, I think you would have one of the better Sonic games ever made, because like it's one of the few that actually makes the don't stop running system kind of work. Uh, but all
Yeah.
right, and also the Seven Rings in Hand, one of the freaking best Crush 40 songs. But give me 1 sec, real quick. I gotta grab a cup of water.
Oh, yes, by all means. Well, while Johnny is away hydrating himself, thank you all so much for tuning in. We have a lot more to talk about. Honestly, we could go for a while longer yet because Johnny and I chatted earlier in the week, and there's still a lot of topics that we want to cover. Like I mentioned, there is a special exclusive preview for some upcoming Johnny content that we're going to be getting to later. If for some reason you aren't already following Johnny, be sure to follow him here on Twitch and Twitter. I'm going to give him a shout out. Underscore. Yeah. And if you are so inclined, you can follow me here as well on Twitch and Twitter, just Vtuber Talk, both places. I do these shows roughly once a week. This is actually episode 60. It's weird to think that it's been that long. I had my first anniversary celebration in January. Like I mentioned, 10% of my shows at this point have actually been with members of the Wrecking Crew. I still have, there's an endless number of VTubers that I will be able to talk to. So hopefully the show will be going for a good long while. I certainly have a great time every week just being able to sit down and spend a couple hours with somebody talking about the things that they love. That I do not have scripted questions or necessarily a standard format. That when I always make a point to actually talk with my guests at some point in the week prior to them being on the show, asking, all right, what are the things that you're passionate about? What do you want to talk about? Tell me about some of your favorite things, whether it be movies, games, anything. And just that's how I try and structure my shows, by making it guest-centric, because goodness knows it's easier to get people to talk about things that they enjoy. So if I can just get a cheat sheet and get guests in the mindset of what do they enjoy, that I think it makes my job easier as a host, makes my job more fun as a host, and I think it makes for a pretty good show. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Like I said, you can follow me if you are so inclined, but definitely be sure to follow Johnny and the other folks on the Wrecking Crew. Oh gosh, I'm looking at the time. It's already been 2 hours, and it's a very good sign for me when time flies. In general, time flies when you're having fun, and we've really just been jumping around, talking about some of Johnny's favorite things, some of my favorite things as well. I always love comparing stories and different opinions about stuff that you're passionate about. And I've been actively holding back on one of the things I know we are going to really get into, and that's going to be our favorite anime. Because we had a moment when we were talking earlier in the week, and I was like, "Oh, Johnny, do you watch anime?" And he said, "Yes, I do." Some ones are like our A, and as soon as that one was out, I was like, "Johnny, do we just become best friends?" So definitely look forward to that. And like I mentioned, we also have that special preview for some of Johnny's upcoming content, which is apparently also going to be used for a re-debut that it sounds like he's got in the works, which is very exciting. If any of you all in the chat have questions for Johnny, I will see if I can potentially work them in. That sorry if I don't interact a terrible lot, that I'm always glancing at the chat, but mostly just focusing on the conversation with my guests. So thank you all so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you being here. Really appreciate any chatter that I see, even if I'm not able to necessarily go out and say, hey, Megan Vasquez, hey, Judo Kami, for tuning in, but I very much do appreciate you all tuning in. Let's see here. I'm going to actually switch up some music that Johnny was kind enough to actually give me several pieces of BGM that he uses, so I've been quietly fading them in and out as time goes, and just trying to keep things fresh. And I'm just looking at the source that I have here in OBS for the preview. We might get into that one sooner rather than later, just so you all can have it. I feel a bit bad for continuously teasing it, but it's something really exciting, actually. I think you all are going to like it a lot. So we fade this one in and out.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Howdy. Sorry about that. Just grabbing a cup of water.
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
Let's
So
see
yeah,
here.
that's just my general opinion on Sonic. You know, like I'm hoping it gets better. I mean, I'm sure there's some way to do it.
Did you
I
see
just wanna
the new
see-
movie?
I've not seen it yet, but everyone tells me it's great. I'm hopefully
Go
gonna see it. Oh, okay. I definitely want to see it now. If you think it's good, then it must be great. Because like,
I enjoyed it even more than the first.
Okay, the first I liked. The first I thought was good, solid foundation.
Mhm.
Let's see if they build on it. If they built on it here, then I will be happy.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the Sonic games not necessarily knowing what they wanted to be or having an identity, starting with 06 and then going in a lot of different ways. The Sonic movies, I think, know exactly what they want to be, and that's why I enjoy them so much. Because no, it's not high art, it's not super complex, but I just had so much fun in both movies, and there's certain moments that are all right, a little bit juvenile, a little bit simplistic, but at the end of the day, it still feels like Sonic, and it's just fun, and that's all I want from Sonic. I'm not looking for complexity. That if you can give me stuff like Shadow and have it be a bit more complex in that way, I'll take it and I'll be happy.
Yeah,
But I don't
exactly.
necessarily expect that out of my Sonic media.
It's not the core of the cake, it's the frosting. And frosting can make a cake better. It can make a good cake great, but it's not going to work if there's no cake underneath. Like, no one wants just frosting.
Yeah.
That's at least my view on it. And like, all right, I would definitely want to see it now. I probably might see it tomorrow if I have time, depending on. Because Sunday is my free day. Sunday is D&D day, and I try to take it off because, like, you know, it takes a lot of mental preparation to roll those dice. You never
Yes.
know when you're about to TPK and be the entire cause of it, which I almost always am, and it's not my fault. The dice just hate me at the worst possible time.
Well, that's actually a really good transition that both you and I are big D&D fans, really enjoy tabletop role-playing, and I think the crux of this episode as a whole, Johnny, as we've been talking, I've been coming to realize that we're talking about narratives tonight. We're talking about storytelling tonight, and that's been, you know, from the very start of the different cartoons and anime. And like I mentioned, we have more anime to go, talking about, you know, all right, Billy Hatcher doesn't have much of a narrative. That's fine. It's not looking to have that. Sonic can come and go for that. Kingdom Hearts has a complex and a bit messy narrative, and its execution has varied. But D&D, that's where the players and the DM, that is the player-generated content, player-generated narratives. So I'm curious, for you, do you have one of the things that I always ask someone about D&D? How do you decide what character you want to make? Do you notice that you tend towards a specific style? That do you usually go with magic users? Do you usually go for support? Do you have any particular way that you approach how you want to build your character?
Well, that is an excellent question, and the answer is yes to all above. But okay, let me go into this. So obviously, like D&D, I started playing D&D only about, I think, coming on 2 years ago, and I started online, and I hopped from like when you're finding your footing, you're just trying to figure out what you're gonna do. You play whatever comes to mind. I played with a few groups, so I finally found one that works. But for my characters, I have noticed that there is almost a universal pattern. And at first, I was like, I don't want to do this pattern. I don't want to be this guy. But as of late, I've just come to embrace it because it's what gives me fun. Regardless of class, I prefer to play a character that is in some way, shape, or form batshit insane. Okay, and like it's always a different sort of batshit insanity. Like I try to change up the flavors. I'm not just always the Joker or just howling at the moon. No. I like my insanities to have a quirk, a little bit of a thing. Like for example, a bugbear with a magical nail rammed into his brain that connects to TV signals, and he starts singing TV ads every now and again whenever someone uses magic near it, because the magic causes interference. A paladin who is so zealous, so absolutely dedicated to his beloved god, his one true god, that all other faiths are false and must be purged, all in the name of the glory of the purple mouse. Hail.
Yes, hail the purple mouse. Please don't kill me.
Hail the Purple Mouse. Yeah, so that was based the character. You got the character. Good. Okay. And or a kobold who is a pacifist, but on occasion goes into a comatose state where he sleepwalks and builds demonic weapons.
Oh no. I mean, like that feels a little bit tropey, but it's a fun trope.
It was fun to play. It was fun to play because whenever he did it, I could just ham the hell out of it, freaking the fuck out. And there's my general thing there. I realized that I like the option that I can be a little hammy. Like, I don't care if my character is good, evil, or weird. I just want to know that I have this little pocket sand thing where a quirk that if I feel like I can bring up, I can ham the crap out and just have some fun with this character, because that's where I find my most enjoyment in D&D. Like, beyond that, I enjoy combat as much as the next guy. I like building builds that can, if not do massive damage or have the highest defense. I've recently been trying to build support builds. I've been experimenting mostly with my builds. Like, I'm hoping to get maybe into multitasking or multi-classing soon, because like we're starting a new campaign. But yes, I quite enjoy building crazy off-the-wall characters, and I like building crazy off-the-wall, moments with those characters. Like, my general preferred campaign is one where the story is almost a farce. Like, there are actual stakes. Like, if things go wrong, people are going to die. There's going to be bad things that happen. Our party members might suffer horrible fates, worse than death. But at the same time, the things leading up to that are almost farcical. Like, just almost comedically crazy. So it's sort of a strong mix. Like, I want stakes, I really do, but I also want there to be a lot of laughs. And that's the general campaign. It took me a while to find a DM that really delivered that, but I currently have one, and I quite enjoy our campaigns every week. It's one of the things I look forward to the most. It's a way just to unwind, because content creation is hard. There's a lot of time. Like, I still have not beaten Elden Ring because I have no time to play it except on stream. And I love that game, and it's sad, but like, D&D is one of the few times I have set aside just for me. And I am very grateful for it. I have quite a few tales to tell on that, but yes, that is my general outlook towards D&D. Like, I have no preference for classes or anything. My favorite class is Ranger, I suppose, but like, right now my goal is to try out every class. And frankly, at this point in D&D at 5e, like, I think we're coming to the end of the 5e life cycle, because they're releasing splat books that basically break the game. So, that's usually how they know, like, we're ending this one.
Let's go
a little wild.
Getting closer to what will be 6th edition. And to be fair, I started playing it in, technically 4th edition was out, but most people played 3.5. The life cycle of 4 was not very long because it just wasn't received very well. I don't think I've ever actually played a 4.0 campaign. That I played several 3.5s, and I think one that was 3. But that was only for like the first year or two. Most of what I've done has been in 5e, and it has had a very long life cycle because it's been a pretty good system. But I do know, like you said, they've had a lot of supplemental material in it, and you're probably right that it's nearing the end of its life cycle.
Yeah, that's my general view on it, because like, that's what happened with 3.5. I never really played 3.5, but from what people who have told me, that by the end it was just broken as all hell, because they just kept adding stuff onto it that allowed you to break it.
Power creep is a thing, and if you know you're sunsetting, you might as well let them have a little bit of fun and do crazy things before you reset it. So
exactly, like, end on a high note. And like, I feel like that's what Tasha's and Strixhaven and all that's doing. Like, have you seen Vortex Warp? Vortex Warp is overpowered as all hell.
I have not. What is it?
It is a spell that allows you, it is a 2nd level spell that allows you to teleport any other character. The only rule is you can't teleport yourself anywhere within 90 feet.
2nd level?
2nd level, and you can teleport them into liquid. So for example, if you want to teleport them, the only rule is there's 2 rules. You cannot teleport yourself, and you cannot teleport someone into the sky. Beyond that, you can teleport them anywhere. Like, you can teleport them
into solid matter?
Not solid matter. Okay, you can't do that either. But no, it's actually kind of, it doesn't say actually.
Because usually, like, there's a lot of things
I
that say
assume, like,
spells
the
for teleportation that if you end up in solid matter, that you are bonked out and take a lot of damage.
It doesn't actually say, I think, but like I know this much. I know that it is allowed that you can teleport them into liquid, which means that if you're in a fight with an area with lava, you can just teleport their ass into some lava. I
Yep.
did that once. And it is just OP because like, or you're fighting a dragon, or say a giant crab appears right before your ship, menacing you. I can just go, nope, it's not, and teleport it 90 feet away. Let's get out of here.
Mhm. Gosh, that
So
is
yeah,
powerful.
Vortex Warp is OP and I love it. But
Now
yeah,
I'm just thinking of all
so-
the ways that I would use that. Yeah, that's
Oh,
very
yeah.
powerful.
Yes, yes, it is. It's very powerful. Second level spell. That's it. Like it is. It definitely changed my meta game when I was playing with my support character. But yeah, I actually been only recently started playing support characters because, like, you know, when you originally start playing D&D, I think you want to be either the toughest tank or the damagiest or the highest DPS damager. But
Mhm.
I've been really liking support. I think support is fun. Boosting up my party members and making sure they don't die so we can win more fights. Or try to at very least. Like,
Yeah.
it's. I mean, we win all our fights until we don't, and then we die. That's generally how it goes.
Yeah. Well, you all right? Sounds like you might have the hiccups.
I do. I have the hiccups.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry. Okay, but what about you? What's your? You play D&D? I'm curious here. What's your D&D? See, turn the tables on you now.
Mm.
Oh, the interviewer becomes the interviewee. Yeah. Huh.
I am not able to pick what I want a character to be. That if you just drop the player's handbook in front of me and say, make a character, I look at it and I say, there's so many options. I don't know where to start. So my style of character creation is I fill out the party. That I say to whoever else is in the group, I say, you all make your characters first. Tell me what your character is. And then I look at the party and I look at what's missing. Whether it be, all right, we need more healers, or we need someone ranged, or we need utility. And then I have my starting point and I build towards that. That a phrase that I'm very fond of is restrictions breed creativity. And when there are as many options as there are in D&D, I need some restrictions to give me direction. I just, for whatever reason, I'm not able to think of something creative with any option on the table. But once I start having, all right, I need to make a healer. Let's look at healers and like what types of healers have I played, what haven't I played, and then I sort of reverse engineer my character in that sense of I know what I need my character to become mechanically in the party for balance purposes, and now I need to make a character to meet that end. And that's usually how I operate. And because I operate that way, I actually usually wind up in healing and support roles because, you know, like you said, unsurprisingly, most people tend toward wanting to do damage, be tanks, or have high magic, things of that sort. Certain things have been circumstances where I get to be a wizard because, all right, we just don't have a lot of ranged stuff. And, like, you know, we have a monk, we have a paladin, but we don't have someone who has the combination of utility and damaging spells, so I get to do that sometimes. But I would say probably half of the characters that I've made are either clerics or bards, because those are the less damaging ones, the less glamorous ones. But at the same time, that works for me because the thing that I like to do, or at the very that I like to have on the table, the one thing that I want in my characters is that I can talk, because surprise, surprise, the talk show guy likes to talk in other places as well. That
really, who would have guessed?
That I like to think that I'm pretty good at improv, and I like to think that I'm pretty good at being able to be diplomatic, and I naturally want that as an option in my characters because I once played a barbarian that had low intelligence, and I actively had to hold myself back and be like, this isn't my character. I'm not supposed to be someone who is smart, who could see this type of thing, or who would think to say this thing in this circumstance. And I didn't like it. So at the very least, I make sure that I have wisdom as not a dump stat. And fortunately for both clerics and bards, that they usually have high charisma. So that sort of fell into my lap as it worked out anyways. That the one thing that I do naturally get inclined towards in my gameplay was allowed by the types of classes that I wind up in most naturally, just because, like I said, they are statistically, at least in playgroups that I have encountered, the less popular ones. But that always means that I feel like I have something to do, because I never want to feel redundant in a party and be like, all right, well, I don't have anything to do because they're doing the thing as well as better than me. And the party likes it because it means that it helps with balance and that I'm not stepping on anyone's toes.
No, I absolutely get that. That's an absolutely valid way to build your character. Like, I know a few people in my party who like try to figure out what everyone else is doing and fill in fill in spots, because like you want a well-balanced party.
Mm-hmm.
And also you mentioned improv, and I think improv really is just one of the best parts of D&D. It really is just a little improv. Like, you're almost playing a little improv troupe with fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I quite love that part of it, like just coming up with stuff on the fly. I would consider myself moderately good at improv at the very least. I definitely talked my way out of a few sticky situations, and yeah, that's just one of the things I really like about it, like balancing things out, figuring out, because like some people, I know some D&D players who like, no, combat's not where the game is at, want like, story and character interaction. I'm like, that's fun and all, but I kind of enjoy, balancing out characters.
The combination, that's what makes it.
I like prepping, for the big dragon fight and figuring out, what skills of mine complement someone else's and everything. And yeah, I think it's about finding a good mix of the two. That's where you want to be in a good D&D game. But yeah, that's how I feel there. But yeah, that's a good basis. And yeah, more people need to play support roles. Support roles are fun.
Yes, absolutely. And you get to do the fun utility things. That's one of the things that I very much learned to enjoy is, all right, since I'm not doing things that it's not just I buff you so you hit a bit stronger, but being able to do things that like change the battlefield or knock the enemies prone, that you still get to have an active role and you get to interact with the enemy. That a lot of people sort of associate the support role as, I only interact with my party by giving them buffs so that they can do better. And that's not the case. That it is debuffing the enemies. It's creating either diversion or circumstance or just other interactions, sometimes with the party members, but I would say actually as much, if not more, with either the enemy or with the environment to create the opportunities for the party.
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, I actually was playing a character, a utility archivist, and one of my rules was my character was a pacifist. He would not directly harm any other character or any other living being.
Ooh, that's restrictions breeding creativity right there.
Right there. Yep. And I had to build basically, find ways to use my abilities to just aid my party as best I could. Luckily, I was playing a kobold. They have a built-in way to do that called grovel beg, where I just fall on my knees and grovel and beg before the enemy, and that gives all my party members a buff for some reason. And boy, was that fun to act out. I like that a lot. But also, like, our Artificer is such a fun class for support. Like, beyond healing and all that stuff, like, for starters, you can make items for characters. So, making gloves of thieving for our rogue, who suddenly had +9 with those at +19. What's it called? Sleight of hand. Could just rob everybody. It was quite fun. But even more than that, my favorite ability is Flash of Genius, because anytime like any party member failed a saving throw and the DM was like, sorry, that didn't pass, I'd be like, actually it did, +5 to that saving throw, thank you.
Yeah, did it fail though? Did it actually fail? You sure about that? Did it
actually fail? And that was a good one, because I had only 5 of those per long rest, so I had to think about how I was going to use them. But I could change the flow flow of a battle or a interaction, because I could do that for anything. Not just like I could do it for combat rolls, I could do it for saving throws, I could do it for ability checks. Like anytime a character does something, I could be like, and they failed, I could be like, but did they? Like my character's literally the ultimate nerd. But actually
they succeeded.
No, they succeeded. And yes, and that was quite enjoyable, if only to upset my DM, who I think is great, by the way, but still.
And obviously a +5 isn't going to save everything. That sometimes you see them roll to and it's like, can't help you out of this one, buddy. But
like,
+5 is a lot.
My general rule of thumb is, +5 is a lot. If it was above in the 10 or 10 area that they got, I would usually give it, because +15 usually passes most checks.
Yep.
Like that's the general average, I feel, for most checks. Like if they're doing something harder, then maybe a 20 or a 25, but +15 is a safe neutral ground.
Yeah. Any particularly fun stories from your most recent campaign?
Oh, you poor fool. Wrap yourself in.
Oh boy, okay. Let's
go. So let me set the stage for you. Our party had left the frozen north behind and the crazy demon and her eternal time loop in the past. We were now on a pirate island doing pirate adventures, and we ended up press ganged politely into a pirate lord's crew. And this pirate lord was after 3 treasures that they wanted us to get. They lovingly referred to these 3 treasures as our reasons to live, as in the only reasons we were continue living as far as they were concerned. And so we went off to get one of these treasures, one of which was guarded by that giant crab I mentioned earlier. Another, though, was held on a strange archipelago that was home to an ancient brine dragon, which is like just a water dragon, but like, breathes acid or something. It doesn't matter. I don't know. Dragonology's gotten weird. But anyway, we sailed off to this brine dragon's archipelago and attempted to make diplomacy with them. It was quite interesting.
Diplomacy attempts with beings of great and terrible power are always fun and terrifying.
Always fun and terrifying, but the thing is, many DMs frown upon the bard trying to seduce the dragon, but when you think about it, it's really the most efficient way of dealing with them. No loss of items, no risk of damage. Like, really,
you always have to try.
If you don't try to seduce the dragon. And we certainly tried, but see, we learned something about this particular dragon. This particular dragon, despite being ancient, had a deep and all-abiding love for young adult adventure and romance novels. The trashy ones you give to teenagers about the one kid discovering themselves and fighting the evil empire and all that. And they loved them. They read them by the pound, thousands upon thousands, piles upon piles, but they were no mere reader. No. This particular dragon had a writing flair of their own, where they would insert themselves into their favorite stories in what were truly God's awful fanfiction.
I was just like, what do you do when you were around for thousands of years? Write fanfic.
And they were awful. Those horrible, poorly written self-insert fan fictions that you only hear about in passing memes. And this dragon wasn't no mere writer or reader. No. They had higher goals, higher pursuits, for they wished to be a thespian, or rather a director of thespians. For they believed the play, only the theater, could truly show the magnificence of their writing.
And I guess where this is going.
Once they found us, they immediately, on pain of death, forced us to put on a theatrical performance of their awful, trashy love story, where they were the majestic heroine and our barbarian had to woo her. I was the director, and boy, oh boy, did I create many, many wonderful sets for that play. Flash of Genius certainly saved our butts when said dragon attempted to bridal style be carried by the barbarian. Thank goodness we're in rage because that strength check. Oh boy. And so we succeeded in performing the dragon's terrible play. Unfortunately, they liked us a little too much because
And
they
didn't
immediately
want to
sank
let
our
you
ship
go.
and took us back to her island, where it turned out they had an entire colony of people who they shipwrecked and forced to do plays
You are
for
my
them
dolls
of their
now.
awful fan fiction forever. We arrived and the people there approached us and said, we see many of your crewmates die in the shipwreck. They were the lucky ones. And so we had to put on these plays. And because we were new, we got the worst parts. I was
relegated to the ensemble.
I had to do the rock dance. Our druid also had to do the rock dance. Yes, our parts were rocks. Our only two roles were this. We had to do the rock dance where we shook around, and we had to learn to make that rock sound with our throats, like the sound of a rock being moved, like it's very hard. You gotta get in the back of your throat, like it's very it's not easy. And we our druid didn't do the rock dance or rock sounds so well, and the dragon burned them to death, and we got a new bard. So yeah, that happened. But the story only gets weirder, because when we decide to confront the dragon, my character, who was an artificer who, as I previously mentioned, occasionally built demonic objects in a trance state, accidentally got stuffed in a suit of armor that was he built in one of those demonic dream states. This armor was basically the Doom Marine, and as we were fighting the dragon, the armor was booting up, and once it was done, it opened a portal to the 9 hells and started a hell invasion. That was possibly going to end the world.
Now, question, did you as the player know that was what would happen once the suit booted up? Or you just knew that you would make
that
the
was
thing?
The DM. That was the DM's idea.
Because it makes sense that from a DM perspective that you say, all right, you are not going to be able to defeat this massive dragon, so I will make a giant weapon for you. And I initially, as you were telling this story, think, okay, so this suit of armor is the weapon, and you all need to just survive. You need to do the delay tactics because you will never be able to defeat this dragon on your own, that the suit of armor will probably be very powerful and defeat the dragon or something. But no, it's actually 9 hells, and it's actually, yes, you'll defeat the dragon, but you're also now dooming the world.
Yep. It was basically an apocalypse level threat because the local planar guardian showed up and were like, you were in violation of planar law. Stop this right now. And it was a whole mess. The good news is the demonic hell, armor rolled terribly. I was the one rolling for it because at that point I was RPing as a suit of evil doom armor that wanted to bring about the apocalypse. And I rolled terribly, so I got banished, and so did the demon army, but the entire party got TPK'd in the middle of the fight. Dragon got killed too, and that's how our last campaign ended.
Wow.
So yeah, that happened. It was I
like your DM style. That sounds
I
really
love their
fun,
style
honestly.
too. That is their whole shtick right there. Like, there is some crazy stuff that goes on with their setup. Like, they do things a little differently than most DMs because they are DM for multiple people or multiple groups. They're like a pro DM. Instead of doing long, years long campaigns like some DMs do, they have one world, one setting that all their campaigns take place in, and all the campaigns are miniature, maybe a couple month long campaigns, but each one of those miniature campaigns advances the story of the world.
I've heard of a couple DMs like that, and those who are able to manage something like that are incredible if they can be done right. And usually if they're doing it for that long, it means that they're doing something right, that they're able to, that people want to continue playing in their world. And that's just, it's a fascinating concept, and that also just it over time I would think actually makes their life easier as a DM because they don't need to be thinking of new things. They already know the world that they have, and they know how things are and what has been influenced, and they just need to think, all right, where do I put my party here such that they can write my next chapter for me?
Yes. Like in the occasions where a party member survives, they might show up in another group
As an
story,
NPC.
or a villain. Yes, as an NPC, or a villain from who escaped us might, cause problems that result in like a massive issue. Like for example, one time our party accidentally caused a massive surge of shadow monsters in a country, and it destroyed a town. And later on, like a couple campaigns later, we learned that country is in the middle of a civil war because the shadow monsters have destroyed like a quarter of the nation. And so like, oh boy. So yeah, stories go crazy like that. And according to the DM, that he does things in arc, because like he says that he's building to a big event, because he never allows any characters to get above level 12, because he says that
That's
level 20 stuff
interesting.
is for the big world-changing events that he
Yeah.
sets up. Like that happen like once every 2 years he does. And like, so I'm like, oh, okay. And he says we're building up to one of those now. The demonic hell invasion is a hint to what
Yeah,
might be
I was gonna
going
say
on.
demonic hell invasion. Well, if that's where your campaign ends, then that's a pretty big thing for this world at large. So I assume that this
Yes.
is going to have to be addressed by another campaign.
Probably in some way. I mean, most of it was stopped, but a few demons escaped, and devils,
That's
and
all
those
it
are
takes.
troublesome. All it takes. Yep. Just a few of them tricky devils. Them tricky devils and their tricky contracts.
Have you ever DM'd a campaign yourself?
I have not. I would maybe like to one day. I think I want to play the game a little more. I want to like, my current goal is I want to do a campaign where I play at least every class at least once, and then try to figure out how it all works. I'm learning a lot just playing this, but one day I would like with a group of friends to maybe do a one-off, see how I feel in the DM chair, and who knows where it goes from there. I think it's good to try everything once in these sort of things, just see what you like. Because who knows? You'll never know what's your favorite role.
Yeah, I DM'd a one-shot once, but I've never DM'd an entire campaign. It's something that I'd like to do eventually. I just haven't had the motivation to write my own from scratch, and I haven't had the right circumstance to run a pre-written campaign. So, like I said, something that I hope to do as well. But for now, I'm very content just going along as a player.
I mean, I love world building. World building is one of my favorite activities to do. Once you get a solid core for your world idea, it's a lot of fun to build around that. I feel like getting that first start, that solid core, might be the toughest part, because once you got that, you can just keep building on it and building around it. Because like I love games with lore and great world building. I love shows, books, like D&D things with world building. I just always find that to be one of the funnest parts of any storytelling or narrative, because if you do it right, a world can be a character into itself, and even one of the most interesting characters. And like I always love that. Like I think that's why I like this style of D&D a bit more, because the world changes, and I think that's quite interesting. And plus, every time we visit a new country, we learn a little bit more about the world. Like we get like Cliff's notes about how the world works, but for the most part, if we want to learn how one country does things, we got to go do a campaign where we go there.
Yeah.
And that's pretty cool.
Now, there's still a lot of stuff I want to discuss, but I want to shift over to some of your art. So,
Oh, sure.
I guess, going from D&D and the characters that you make, I now definitely want to go over some of the art you made. You actually gave me a bunch of really great pieces, so I'm going to move us over to our split screen. We'll see how my computer behaves.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, it actually cooperated there. Awesome. Wonderful. Usually the transition to the screen works, and then the one returning to the main screen chugs a bit. We'll see how it goes. But here we have, this is actually your logo one. I think it's the banner that's used for either your Twitter or your Twitch, or both. That this one was in terms
Oh,
of
yes. That one was a lot of fun. That one started out as just a doodle, and I liked it so much I decided, you know what, I'm gonna make this a full piece. And I still love it. I made my icon for a little while because, like, I don't know, I feel like it gets my zaniness. It's got that tongue with the Ed and Eddie look. It's got the slime everywhere. I'm all stretchy and having fun.
Mhm.
I love that. I love that piece. That was one of my favorites I've made, easily.
Is this in relativity a newer or older one that, since it's just a piece of you that I can't quite tell at a glance? All right, my guess is it's a bit more dated, and the reason I guess that is because your tongue in this piece is a darker shade of blue than it is in your model currently.
Well, actually, it's the other way around. My current model's colors palette is kind of outdated. So one reason
Oh,
I need
okay.
a
So it's the
2.0.
other end that this may.
Is the other. Yep.
So in a way, this could perhaps actually, I suppose, be a preview of the next model.
Oh yeah, like I definitely have like a few more updates I want to make to my new 2.0. I got a few ideas. I also have like a bunch of outfit stuff that I'm planning on doing. But yeah, like this is I definitely wanted to up the saturation in the colors because one thing I've learned about as an artist is I like high saturation, like mid tones, low tones. You know who uses those? Cowards. Cowards use those. Cowards use subtlety. I don't need subtlety. I need the tones turned up all the way. If your eyes aren't bleeding, it's not art. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. They're fantastic artists that do all kinds of tones. Do whatever tone prefers you. That's actually one of the things, though. Color theory was one of the hardest things about art I had to learn. And I think the thing I had to learn is there is no right way to do it. You got to do it your way. And that's
Mhm.
hard to accept sometimes because you want a system. You want, like, I was going online all the time. So how does color theory work? Which colors look good together? This system says these colors should look good together. I hate it. And for a long time, that made me hate coloring until I realized, no, actually, I should just do the colors that I think look good together. And since then, I've learned to quite enjoy coloring.
Mhm. So, did you have a particular goal when you painted this piece, or was it just, all right, I'm going to do a self-portrait?
This one was just off the cuff. This started, like I said, as a pure doodle. I was just doing for doodle because, just a doodle, felt like it. I just sort of really liked the design. So, I said, yeah, I got like an hour or two to kill. Let me finish this one. And so I did. So yeah, this one was actually one of my more just arting for arting's sake. I did not start this one out with any goal or plan to make an icon. I just did it to do it. And that's I think that's a good habit for artists to get into. Just start doing some art just to do it.
Mhm.
But like other pieces though, like that's not, I don't always do that. A lot of pieces I have are like planned out or I have like some goal in mind. But in this case, this one was very what's the word?
Spontaneous.
Spontaneous improv. And I feel like you can feel that in the piece. Like it's very
It's very playful,
it's very
silly.
wild. Very
Yeah.
playful, like with the foreshortening and the the way the arms are done. A lot of that was done off the cuff, not really any planning. But like the only thing I remember I planned in this design was I knew I wanted to have a spirally feel. I wanted everything to have like fall into spirals, like the hair and the tongue and the tails make a spiral, the arms make spirals, the body spiral. That's the only theme I recall building on that art.
Yeah. You can definitely see it. That, like I said, there are no straight lines here.
Nope, straight lines. No, don't. Straight
Never
lines.
heard of
Don't
them.
even know her. Never heard them. Don't know her. Sorry.
Now, this next one, he stopped by earlier. I don't think he's here anymore, but Poppy stopped by. I shouted him out. I was gonna say hi to him, but we were knee deep in a conversation. I was like, all right, I'll say hi to Poppy once we finish this conversation. And then I lost track of time. That one of my shortcomings is that I always... Yeah, I focus so much on the conversation at hand that one of the things I actually told chat while you were away is that I do neglect my chat a bit, but I'm so appreciative that you are all here, and I'm very appreciative that Poppy popped in, even if only for a little bit. But this next piece actually has you with Poppy.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Let's see. Let's
And
see.
this is the howdy one.
Yes, it's the how to. Yes. This was a piece of birthday gift art I made for Poppy because you know what? Like, I'll be honest, one of the best things about being an artist is I can just make gifts for my friends. And I find that so enjoyable. Like, I love being able to just make gifts for people I think are really cool. And that's just this one is based on this one is I remember I based on a Looney Tunes thing. I don't remember which one, where like Bugs Bunny or Yosemite Sam is like, coming up on the train to inspect it. So I basically based Poppy off of that.
Oh,
and I
so
put
Poppy's
him in-
Yosemite Sam and to your Bugs Bunny here.
Basically, yes. That's basically the idea. He comes up and like, Poppy's all howdy. And I gave him a hat and like, the star for the was it Tom and Jerry? Maybe it was Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, Tired Coffee Gaze says Tom and Jerry.
Okay, fine. Tom and Jerry. Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, same thing. Oh.
Classic cartoons, one way or another.
Classic cartoons, the olden days, where it was all physical violence all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, so Tom and Jerry, that actually probably was right. Yeah. So yeah, I based it off of that. Basically, it's almost one for one, really. It's just replacing Tom and the lady cat with me and Poppy, and like it was interesting because I've never done that old cartoony color scheme or design. Like all the stuff in those old cartoony stuff is very grainy. It's very grainy designs because I think most of it was done on actual paper instead of digitally.
That's the day of when it was done by hand. The digital animation didn't really exist in those times.
Yep. So it was all just repeated, hand.
Yep, that's why you had that cycling animation, the repeating backgrounds. That's how they had their efficiency.
I mean, it sounds like a freaking nightmare, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, animation takes time. I've made some animations, and let me tell you, it's a little rough when you're just it can be rough even with all the tools we got now. I can't imagine how people did it back then.
Yeah. But this one, it definitely fits Poppy that, he's the leader of the wrecking crew, just coming in as the sheriff.
Oh yeah. Like I knew that he wanted like some sort of like country art of me and him because Poppy's always been a good meme. Poppy's always been very supportive of me, and I wanted to show some thank you. So I made this. I think this is one of like 4 pieces of birthday art I made for him.
Oh my!
I made like. Yeah, because I don't know. Poppy was one of the first people that reached out to me and said, "Hey, you're doing pretty good. I like you." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, the world famous streamer Poppy thinks I'm doing good. Oh boy!" And that really boosted my confidence when I first started out. So like, I've always like wanted to show my appreciation to Poppy, like who is a fantastic streamer, by the way, and just an incredible content creator, wonderful person. Definitely check them out if you haven't. So yeah, I quite enjoyed making this for him and trying out a new style with all the grainy backgrounds. It's not my preferred style. Like I said, I prefer solid colors, to be honest, in my style. Like,
yeah, because the way that your design is done is that it is all solid colors, that you have the different tones of your jelly, but it doesn't fade from the darker hues into the lighter ones, that it's a pretty distinct division between, all right, you have the darker parts of the blob, the lighter parts of the blob.
Yeah, that's because I find like too much graininess or soft shades are messy or make the drawing look muddy. I always liked figuring out how to do more solid shades, which makes sense because I'm kind of a linophile. I think line art is the part of art that I'm most obsessed with. Like I like working on lines. I find that to be the most relaxing part of the art process.
Mm-hmm.
So like this was definitely a departure from my usual style, but it was fun, and I think I did a good job, all things considered. Like as far as making this grainy look and making sure the lights and the shades all worked out. So yeah I'd say I'm quite pleased with this one. This one's pretty old. I think it's about a year old at this point, but looking back, I'd say I did a pretty good job.
Now we talk of Tom and Jerry. The file name for this next one was JellyJaw.
Oh, right. Okay, no relation to Tom and Jerry, but this is one of my siblings because I've been drawing my family members because I wanted to like build out a little pantheon. This is my brother JellyJaw, and I designed him for like a subathon. He's my older brother, and he is the family trucker. He trucks around the country and brings all the family farm goods all across the county. He's a bit on the larger side, but he's just a jolly good mean, and like he's a fun one. I've been hoping to like integrate my family members into my streams. I've been thinking of ways to do it. I've got a couple ideas, but I gotta get some. It's all about prioritizing. Like, I have tons of projects I'm working on,
yeah.
and I think the secret is, if you're doing this right, if you know what you're doing, you will have more projects than you could possibly ever do lined up. Wisdom is knowing which ones to tackle first.
Yes,
And
indeed.
that's what the wisdom of content creation is. So like it's in the works to eventually do that. I'm hoping I can get it done within maybe like I can get to that within maybe the next 4 months. Right now, the next couple of months are going to be focused on my 2.0. But like, I want to add these guys in. Like, I have a couple other brothers like Jack, Joey, Jeb, a few others I want to design. But yeah, I want to have a whole family of JellyJaws, and because I hope to one day make my own JellyJaw comic.
The JellyJaw cinematic universe, or the JellyJaw comic universe, at the very least.
Yes, exactly. You nailed it on the head, because obviously all my Wrecking Crew members will be in there, so it will be a cinematic universe. I'm taking their universes and I'm shoving them into my own because I choose to.
Yes.
Oh man.
And it's fascinating how just the little things can convey so much, because I kid you not, the first thing I saw when I saw this piece, or the first thing I thought was trucker. Looks like a trucker to me. And as soon as you said, yeah, he's my trucker brother, I was like, oh my gosh, all it takes, cap and a vest. Just, it's such a simple little thing that we associate via, well, frankly, stereotypes, and that over time. But stereotypes for artistic purposes are usually built in some level of consistency for conveying some sort of idea. And you use the cap and the vest here, I think, very well, because that is exactly where my mind went.
It's funny you say that, because that's a point I try to hit on a lot. One of the reasons why I admire cartoon art like mine so much is that, well, I like complex art too. I feel like with cartoons, you have to say more with less. Because the cartoons have to be simple so they can be animated, and that's a big thing in a lot of animation. So you got to find simple little things like a cap and vest that within one look you have to purvey what this character is, because you might not have time or the ability to do it in almost any other way. So like, I love that about cartoons, finding like simple little things that convey a lot of emotion. Yes. And in this case, Jerry does it. He's got a cap in the vest. He's just got the general trucker build, and he's just a jolly guy.
And obviously, the word stereotype is generally considered a bad thing, and if used in macro, stereotypes are not a good thing. But for artistic purposes, for, like you said, conveying simple ideas, not for necessarily for drawing major conclusions or for insinuating major things, but to set up a foundation using stereotypes and just little symbols and signals and these building blocks, using stereotypes as the basest building blocks, and then building something complex and real from that is a very useful tool for artists, whether it be visual art or writing. And I think you're very right that you say more with less, and just using those little pieces, and you use it very effectively here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think my design, not to toot my own horn, but I think my design gets that quite well, I have very simple setup, head, arms, and just a bandana and a chipped tooth. Like, those generally are my defining features, but I feel like it says a lot. Like, I got a good silhouette. I fit that silhouette rule dang well.
Yes, the silhouette rule, just instant recognizability.
Yep. And I'm very proud of that.
Now, since you mentioned using the others from the Wrecking Crew in the shared cinematic universe, I have here this giant Wrecking Crew piece, and right now it is very small because it is such a big piece, but I am going to, there we go, there's the lock on that. I'm going to change the sizing of this, that way we can actually, go through all of this. So, sorry, overlay, you're being broken. Because there's so much detail here, and like when I imported this piece, I was like, this thing's massive. We can't possibly go over the details with me trying to make it fit nice and neat. So I recognize some of these people, but not all of them. And some of these also, like the one here in the upper right, that's Jaw, correct?
That is Jaw. That is correct. You got it. So yeah, I'll go through each of them. So let me start by saying this piece is one I made when I first joined the Wrecking Crew, when it first started. Like, these are all the original members. When we started without like just 12 or 13, I can't quite remember. But I wanted to do a piece to celebrate all these amazing people who let me be on their team. Who I was like, I'm amazed. What right do I got to be with hanging out with so many amazing peeps? And they are all incredibly talented content creators. So up in the top left, that's Grand Sage Phil. They're one of the mods for the crew server, and they've been helping out with a lot of stuff. They're one of Poppy's like go-to guys. And I felt I should honor them a bit. And yes, on the right is Jal in their maid outfit with their their green setup, and they're just hanging out on their own, because Jal's a category of their own, ain't they? Like, there's no one who does content quite like Jal, if I may say so.
Jal is not a VTuber, but I have tuned into a handful of their streams, and just category of their own. They do so much creative stuff that you just don't see in other places.
Yeah, I agree. I believe one person said it best: tuning into Jal at midnight is like tuning into Adult Swim. It's just gonna be crazy madness for a couple hours, and it's great. Like, I love their stuff. Like, they are truly taking this whole flesh tube thing to the next level. Below them is Sal Kang. They are another member of the Wrecking Crew. They're a bit more of a spicy streamer, but they are like a toxic maiden or radioactive maiden. And so I decided to give them a pose that reflected that, and then just swinging on the chain. By the way, the chain is our team symbol is a wrecking ball.
Yeah, for the Wrecking Crew. A little bit of spoiler here as we go through, but that you have the big wrecking ball.
All of us hanging on the wrecking ball.
With the face here.
Actually, this piece here is got a I should point out, this piece here is a homage to a piece, the ending card from two anime shows, Durarara and JoJo. Because they both had an ending card like this, where all the characters are hanging on like a rope together doing poses. And I thought, that's a great piece to show off all the characters. So I figured I'd do the same. And so going further down, that's Sketchimi. They're a fantastic artist. They do they're the Monster Girl Queen or Princess, and they are, yes, Queen of the Monster Girls, and they fit that role great. They are just wonderful. I love their design, the pinks, the leggings and all that, and the whole the shirt is it's wrapped around the shoulders. It was a very fun design to do there. And beneath that is Barry the Bugbear, who is the community manager of the whole team. And
previous guest on this very show.
Yes, they were. They are the community manager, one of the best content creators out there. They do music, they do metal. They are just fun. They're pure fun oozing out of them 100% of the time. And they're with just Jackie Cat, another person who is one of their best friends. And I decided to just put them hanging out together.
Very literally hanging out here.
Yeah, literally hanging out. Miss Jackie just holding on to Barry's arm as Barry's gotta get this cat up. And then we got Tristan the Dino. Tristan! I love Tristan. Tristan's such a sweet bean. Tristan the Dino is just a lovely, wonderful, one of the sweetest, genuinely kindest people I have ever had the pleasure of meeting in my entire life. They spend every day trying to be kind or trying to encourage others to be kind. And they're too good for this world. They're too good for this spoiled, dark world. Oh, man. And then we got Miles Corndog. Miles the Corn Dog. They're another member of the team. They're a corn dog VTuber. They're delicious. They're my corn dog brother from another mother.
Such a simple design, but, talk about the silhouette rule and just something iconic that find another corn dog VTuber.
There's not that. Struck gold with that idea. We got Lucy Bubs, the little demon gal with her little beholder ally. There's the fun one. I really like making their pose there. It's a bit wild with them holding onto the chain, and the expression there is pretty good too. I like that one.
They look like they're actually struggling a bit.
Just a little, yeah. There's some blue guy. I don't remember them.
Oh yeah, and that poor sap
probably not.
is. If the other one is struggling a little bit, that blue fella, oof, you can tell he's hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Probably no one important. We can just move on.
Yeah.
And then we got KJ, Killjoy, an incredibly wonderful like VTuber or PNG tuber. They're in the anime and a bunch of other stuff. Who I'm going to be doing a collab with in a week or two. Play some Portal 2 with them. They are a very, very sweet, fun person, and they're also the person who manages all of our Twitter stuff because thank God someone does. Because geez, it's a challenge. But yeah, we all appreciate KJ because they do a lot for the team. A lot of stuff in the background, but the team would not be half as successful without them. And we all love KJ.
Yeah, and then there's this skeleton dude. Yeah,
Finally,
not a
Poppy,
lich. He's a skeleton or something, right?
He's a lich.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I know you're a lich. Please don't kill me.
Oh boy. And there's Poppy riding the wrecking ball because they're the one who started the whole crew. It was their baby. It was their love idea, and they built it into something truly special. And we, they are the heart and soul of the freaking crew. And they, we take Poppy's lead. Poppy knows what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, what can we say about Poppy that's not already said? They are one of the most fantastic content creators out there. They do something original. They have energy like no one else does, and they are someone who genuinely tries to reach out, be a better person, reach out to others, and push other people to be better. And you know what? Like, I can't thank them enough. I never can.
He's a good guy, and to borrow his phrasing, one of the most compelling VTubers on the Twitch.tv platform.
The most compelling VTuber on Twitch.tv.
Yeah, great guy. How long did this piece take, though? Because this is effectively a dozen pieces.
I mean, 2-3 days? I mean, to be fair, I made this while we were in the middle of the pandemic. So I was working from home all those days. And so I basically was able to work for like 3 days straight to make it.
What did you use for the background? Was this done by hand or did you have different elements?
I did that by hand. I basically I was playing around.
It's a really clean background, dude.
I was playing around with halftones. I like halftones. I don't know if they're my thing. I have the right brain for them, but I was at that time experimenting with them, and I knew that besides the wrecking ball, our other symbol is basically the the wrecking tape or the danger tape, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So I just put a bunch of that in the background, and then just played around with some halftones, like a sky beam was my idea. And yeah. I'm quite pleased with how it turned out. This piece is definitely one that is near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, it's outdated though now. You need to do the Super Smash Brothers thing where you just keep adding.
I do like a whole crowd of art. Oh man, I should do that. Like a whole crowd of just the whole wrecking crew hanging out together. I had to come up with so many poses, but that would be such an epic piece. Oh my god. I have to do that.
Part of me says just build off of this one. That if you don't have to start from square one, that's definitely a valid option. If you feel it's best to, start from ground zero, that's good. But I wonder, would it be viable to just, start having people either hang from the chain in different ways, or maybe if the chain is no longer valid, that it's everyone hanging on to each other and just start filling this out. But I don't know if that's too restrictive at that point.
That might be, well, for starters, I might want to start from scratch because it's been a year. I want to see how I improved.
That's true.
But beyond we're approaching 60 members, so that'd be 60 people in a vertical drawing. That'd be very long.
Fair, yeah.
A different composition might be called for.
Yeah,
but it's a good idea. I bet this piece. I love my team. I love my fucking team, and this piece means a lot to me.
Yeah, it is a absolutely fantastic one. See here, what do we have? So this one, the title was I Think He Likes It, and this is possibly the only non-slime ball portrayal of Johnny JellyJaw that I've ever seen.
Yes, this is an old piece now. This is very old. Well, not that old, year and a half old. Like I made this piece shortly after I started getting back into doing art. Like I was on an art hiatus for like 4 or 5 years due to issues, emotional issues and stuff. Like nothing to get into, but like I got back into art with VTubing, and this was a piece I made. And these are these three are three of my OCs. They are, as I said, I love Ed, Ed, and Eddie. So, you know, I thought, what if I could make my own Ed, Ed, and Eddie? So I just created 3 characters that basically are a bit more adult, maybe a bit more mature version of the characters that were my own. And so this is Bobby, Robbie, and Kyle.
Okay, so I guess I had sort of taken the similarity in the hairstyle and the blue eyes to suggest that the one on the right was supposed to be a humanoid version of Johnny JellyJaw, but it is actually not. That these are completely separate characters.
They are separate characters, yes. Though you're not wrong to feel that way because I have had a few human versions of me made, and they do have blonde hair and blue eyes. So you know, you're not off the money there. Like that's generally how I would view a human Sona Johnny. But no, this is an OC named Kyle. Basically, the idea of trying these 3 OCs is they're basically a trio, a lot like Ed and Eddie. With the middle one is Bobby. They are an ex-jock. They basically were one of the star jocks of the basketball team, but they got kicked off because they missed practice way too much because they were spending too much time smoking weed. And they're basically the leader of the group. He's basically a notorious womanizer. He'll try to flirt with anything on his skirt and always gets rejected in my idea. That's at least my canon for it.
And you,
because he's just
talking about, saying more with less, that as you say these things, I look at them and it all makes sense because ex-jock, you have the basketball jersey on, and then you have the cigarette in their mouth of, all right, they're a bit of a delinquent. They're in the center, suggesting that they're the leader. And certainly, you know, with the arms spread out like that's definitely a pose that implies a level of authority or power. You have the smirk that, all right, this guy is a little bit devious in some ways, don't necessarily know which way it might be, but this guy isn't necessarily the nicest person you're gonna encounter, and you can get all that just from this mechanically simple setup that you've created here.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure you probably guessed they are the Eddie of the group.
Yes,
they are the leader. They are kind of
that raised eyebrow, that smirk, that's the schemer.
Yep, he's the schemer. He's the the one that always pulls them on crazy schemes or adventures or do his own crazy ideas. But he looks out for his friends and they care about him because like this is a sort of an insulated little friend group in my opinion. They're kind of a bit outcasty because the one on the left now is sort of the straight man of the group. That's Robbie. He's Bobby's best friend. He is sort of the emo kid of the group, but he's also pretty chill. He's basically he's the calm, collective one. He just wants to listen to his music, smoke pot, and hang out with his friends, and likes to wear dark clothing, mostly because it pisses off his parents. He's kind of got a shitty home life in my opinion, but beyond that, he's a decent guy. He's he's the one that tries to keep the other 2 in line, but for the most part, he just goes around with what Bobby wants because it's whatever. He's chill.
And that scans for me as well because, all right, the first thing you notice about them is their clothing. That's what you usually notice about people first because it's going to be the most colorful one way or the other. And you see the dark tones and it's okay. That the inherent stereotype, if they're wearing all dark, that's going to be the emo one. And it's sort of reinforced by the way the hair is cut. But at the same time, the expression then is a very casual one, that there's the slight smile. It doesn't look like he hates life. He's not angry. He's not scowling, not brooding, taking off the headphones. So, all right, clearly enjoys music, clearly listens to music a lot, but at the same time, isn't so absorbed in it that they're never going to take off their headphones. So, they're taking the headphones off to listen to their friends, obviously listening to say whatever the one on the right is yelling about. But they have this very just casual, amused smile that they're going to go with the flow, that even if they dislike some things, that they don't hate everything and that they enjoy being with their friends here right now.
You nailed it on the head. Like, damn, could not have said it better myself. Yeah, that's generally their vibe I was going for, and like, yeah, I actually is quite flattering to hear someone just pick up on all that. I quite that's very nice. But yes, like that's them to a T. Like the only other factor I can tell, if you notice the little bracelet they got, they are, they're the gay one. It's partially maybe the reason.
Yep, that had escaped me. That's partially because I squeezed this one a little bit to make it fit in the overlay. But now that you mentioned, I do see it there on their left hand. Yes.
Yeah, that was the one there. Partially, maybe, some stuff there, but like, because I'm part of the LGBT community, so I like to make characters that are also part of it. So a lot of my characters, to be honest, fall into that area. But let's see. And then finally, there's Kyle on the right. And so Kyle is the youngest member of the group, like a year or two behind the others. And basically, he is the energetic one who wants to prove that, he's cool and fun like these two guys that he hangs out with. But basically, his story is Bobby and Robbie were hung out. They were just a duo. One day, Kyle showed up, just, out of the blue, super energetic. So, like, hey, who are you? How you doing? And they shared their weed with him, because why not? It'll be fun. Let's give the young kids some weed, see what happens. And he liked it and never left. It's like feeding a cat. Once you feed them, they never go. And this is sort of that meeting right there.
I hadn't noticed it, but now, as you were describing that, I now see it right there on what I assume is a burger wrapper or something that you see the cigarette there. That I hadn't caught that at first. It sort of blended in initially with the other crumbs for me. But as soon as you said that, my eye went there and it all clicked.
Yep. Like, if you notice, all three of them have like a blunt, like on Robbie's like fry tray.
Yep.
There's one smoking right there. Bobby still got his, and so yeah, they decide, let's share a weed with this kid and see what happens. And he clearly liked it. He liked it quite a bit. He went a little wild, more wild than usual. He's laughing his ass off over just some random crap, and basically, that's how their friendship formed, and that's how the trio formed: Bobby, Robbie, and Kyle. And Kyle's basically the one who's just always energetic and trying to, like, just show how awesome he is. He wants to be awesome. He wants people to think he's awesome, and he thinks the best way to do that is just be, off the walls. And he's just a sweet kid. He's just a little guy. But yeah, and this was quite fun to make because it's also one of my attempts at getting the backgrounds again, with the whole food tray and the background with the paintings and the chairs and all that. This was back when I was still messing around with muddier colors. Like, I did move away from those eventually because, like I said, I feel like I like solid colors better. But I quite like this piece. I have made some more updated OCs of this, like of these three since then. Like, I've updated some of their designs a little bit, and it's actually been a bit since I've drawn them. I really should start drawing them again because I like these three. They're fun.
So I'm gonna ask a question. You can choose not to answer because I don't think it's an intrusive question, but if it's
Go ahead.
If it is, you may absolutely decline. Is this location based on a real life place? I ask that because of a combination of factors. One, the background pictures are very different and feel specific. That you have the Anubis on one side, the racing horse on the other, and that feels deliberate in a way. And I generally think, all right, is it because there was a diner or some other place where you would go to eat with friends that had those pictures, and that's where the inspiration was from? And part of it is just the layout, and that, like, a round booth is a bit rarer.
You got a good eye. Like, yes, you are actually correct. This is based on one of the TGI Fridays where I lived for a while, where I would go to hang out with some friends every Friday, and they had weird pictures on the walls like that of just random stuff, an anchor, some trees, other things like that. And like, I went there. It was my favorite place to go every Friday for a beer and some snacks. And yeah, I base it off of that. You are actually right on the money.
Awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say, all right, you didn't have to go into the specifics because I don't want to be, like I said, intrusive or anything. And obviously, safety first. So if this is a real place, I didn't want you to go into specifics, especially if it happened to be like a mom and pop diner or something.
No,
but,
it's fine. Like, there's lots of
but,
TGI Fridays. I
yeah,
somehow
no,
doubt
yeah,
anyone's
that's
gonna
vague
point out,
enough. That doesn't
that
tell
picture
anybody.
right there, I know where that is. I mean, maybe that'll happen, but like, I mean,
my
I
guess is
still like
TGI
D&D.
Fridays probably buys those pictures in bulk and sends them to every location.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe because like TGI Fridays is a good restaurant. I like their food. They got a weird style, but like the all apps. I think I gained 15 pounds just eating there. Like, damn, was it worth it?
I was in a summer theater group in high school, and we would go to TGI Fridays more often than not after rehearsals. And so there were a couple summers that I went to TGI Fridays more times than I can count, and I definitely have some good memories there. And yeah, like the app said, it's nothing to write home about, but it is a fine American,
Fine
chain
American
restaurant
diner,
that
bleeds red, white, and blue, just like me. My doctors are very concerned.
Yeah, you know what you're gonna get when you go there, and it is a notch above what you would call borderline. That it's good. Like if someone says, "Hey, you want to go TGI Fridays?" I say, "Yeah, sure, why not?"
Get some beer, some chicken wings.
Yeah,
it's a good. It's a perfectly good, slight it's a good eatery. It's a good place to grab,
it's a diner
a dinner
plus.
or a beer to dinner. Yeah, diner plus. It's a good place if you want a beer and some food that probably ain't so good for you. And you know what? Like, that's fine. You need those in life. You need those. You need to go out, have a beer at a restaurant, and eat some freaking hamburgers or pizza every now and again. Otherwise, is life even worth living?
Yeah. So this next one, you mentioned being part of the LGBTQ community, and the title on this one was, I think it was like Johnny Sexy, and the first thing that I thought was Johnny Pride.
Yes. That's, I think I know the piece you're talking about. Yes. This one was made for Pride Month, for April. Oh my God. Or wait, no, not April, June. We're in April now. I was confused. Oh man, we're coming up on Pride Month again already. Yeah. I decided I would draw it because I'm part of the LGBT community, and like,
I love that you made your arms a heart here.
Oh, yep. You noticed that as I have them behind my head, and like, that's actually one of the best parts about being a slime. I can
make
draw
shapes.
my character in very, otherwise anatomically impossible shapes, and it's still correct because I'm a slime. It makes sense. See, that's the trick right there. I chose to be a slime because it's easier to draw. I can do wild things like that. Yeah, that's right. I gamed the system, and you've all been tricked. Oh, but yes,
that's good design right there. When you put in elements, or that you create the circumstance to meet your other end. Just, I know what I'm doing. I am setting this up so it's easy for me to do the other thing that I want to do. That's just smart design.
I mean, I basically designed my character around because I wanted to feel animated. And so a slime was actually the best one I could think of, because slimes are amorphous. If it's drawn a bit, different or weird or in a crazy angle, that's just normal. It's a slime.
No one's going to question. No one's going to say that seems wrong, that it anything goes.
Yeah, that's the idea. Like, and it's worked out pretty dang great. But yes, this was a fun piece to make. It was for Pride Month, because Pride was starting last June, and I decided to give myself, a Pride outfit because, when you come out as gay to your family, it's customary to usually just go to a Pride parade at least once, and I did as well. And I may have dressed up a little saucy for that, just for the fun of it. And I had a great time. Got drunk off my ass, had to go home early, but it was fun. And so I decided, let's let Johnny do that too. What would Johnny dress in if he went to a Pride parade? And I figured, all right, let's see. You know how, in the country, cowgirls usually have those tied up shirts around their breasts. Let's do that, but showing off my chest. And then let's just get some fun short shorts and cut off jeans. And yeah, I threw that on, and it was a fine little Pride piece. I quite enjoyed making it. Like, I enjoy the occasional bit of spicy art. I like wholesome art. I like character art, but a little spice every now and again is kind of fun, because I've always believed that people who make NSFW art are usually the best at anatomy. Like,
you need to make sure it's good. Otherwise, people need to be able to enjoy it usually for anatomical purposes, so it
Anatomical
requires
purposes,
the detail
exactly.
there.
It requires some great skill and detail. Like, if you want to learn anatomy, talk to an NSFW artist. They'll give you some pointers.
And
But yeah,
speaking of spicy, the last one we have here is actually the spiciest of the bunch. It's still TOS safe. That nothing TOS unfriendly is showing. We're fine here. But this is Zagreus by the pool. It's Zagreus. And I know that this is from Hades. I recognize that. I have not actually played Hades myself.
oh my god, Hades is so good. You need to play it at least once. This one is still actually a little old, really, but it still holds up. Still holds up great. Like this one was, I was playing around with anatomy and human designs. Like, I don't draw human designs so much these days anymore because I moved on to like monsters and other cartoons. But I wanted to draw Zagreus because I like Zagreus. I think they're a cool character. They're kind of hot, and so I figured, I draw them just going for a little bath at the Greek pool. And so this one was quite fun. This one was because I gotten back into art. This one was really my breakthrough back into doing it heavily, because this one took me like days. I worked on this one for like, I think, a whole week, maybe a little longer. Doing the body and the background and the fires. Like this background, I went way more in depth than I usually do, with the pillars and the ghost in the background and like those waterfalls. Like, I recall going very into the weeds with this one, and I'm quite pleased with it still. So, it was worth it, I'd say. Johnny, why did you show me this piece?
Yeah.
Kyo, do I have to confiscate your good boy card again? Oh, man, oh, man. Love Kyo. Kyo's one of my mods.
Yeah, and this I would say has one of the more complex backgrounds that, you've got the different bricks, you have the fountains, the skulls, the pillars. There's also, I think those are supposed to be other characters in the background on the right side.
Yes, those are ghosts, like in Hades, because you're in the underworld. Like mortal spirits look like that, like hooded green ghosts. So I designed them like that, and they're just hanging around in the background. They're like, oh my, look at that.
Is a very nice one, and that this, I would guess, was probably one of the more difficult ones because, talking about anatomically correct, that it's not usually something that you need to worry about when you're doing pieces of yourself, but in this case, you do have to do that, and I think you did so very well.
It was trial and error, because like I said, this was short. I made this one like a month or two after I got back into art, so I had to do quite a bit of resizing, redrawing, and like I think I spent in the sketching phase alone 3 or 4 days.
Oh wow!
Like before I started the actual full-on drawing process, which took another week after that, adding the shading, getting that. Like I'm surprised I did this well, to be honest. Like, I have not touched anatomically correct characters in a while, so I think I would have to relearn a lot of this stuff. So it's always nice though to see a piece of art, you're like, did I do that? Man, that's pretty good. But yeah, like I quite liked working on this one. It was a lot of fun. I've made a few other pieces that I think might beat it out since then, but this one still holds up for me, especially considering that it's the first piece that I made since getting back in. Like, I can notice now a few issues with it. The hands and arms, I think, got some issues, but it's a good piece. It's solid.
Most definitely. And you don't just do still images. I'm actually going to turn off the music because you do full-on animation, and you have several that you've shared with me. This one, I feel like I need to show it first.
Sure, go for it.
It's so fun and it's so cute. Like, it feels like it's from a show, and I can't place it. Like, some of it feels like it similar to Gravity Falls.
Once again, you are correct. It is from Owl House. This is based off a little dance animation that happened in one of those episodes. I remember liking that little dance so much, and Another content creator that I like very much, Scott Frericks, made a meme of this dance where he put like just some weed music like over the little dance. It's like, I love that meme. That meme's hilarious. What if I could have a version of this meme that's mine? And so I did. And so that's my little brother, Joey JellyJaw, doing a little dance.
Okay.
And
Oh,
like
so
that,
this is another this is not Johnny. That this is another
nope,
entry
this
in
is my
that
little
shared
brother,
Jelly
Joey.
Jaw universe.
Yeah, that's right. This is my little brother Joey. They are a little rascal, and they are basically my younger brother. They pull pranks and are crazy and just run all over the damn place. And it's like, oh gosh darn, Joey. And so yeah, they're doing a little dance here, and this was quite fun to work. It took me about a month to get done, but I'm quite pleased with it. And it's a nice bit drop to have for certain.
Yeah.
But yeah, like to be fair now, it wasn't too difficult because, like I said, I had the original movements as a reference and I used that. But even with all that, having to organize all the lines and the
Still a lot of frames.
colors and stuff, it's
Doesn't
a lot
matter.
of
Even
frames.
if you have the reference, that's still a lot.
Oh yeah, it was like I'd have to pull up how many frames this is. Like it's 24 seconds long, so.
And there's a couple that are recycled when he does a move more than once, but there's multiple moves, multiple poses, and not all of them are reused. So
I mean, recycle frames whenever you can. Like I think the animation is find ways to be lazy if you can, because animation takes time. So if you can find
it's not being lazy, it's optimizing. It's being
optimizing. Like here's a simple rule of thumb for you. Like some people, like especially when you're new to art, you think that the hard way must be better. If you can find a way that's faster and looks the same or sometimes even better, do that.
Work smarter, like, not harder.
Make your work smarter. Yeah, exactly. Because like, if you want to use the square tool or the rulers or whatever you got to do to get your lines looking right or designs, do it. Why wouldn't you not do it? It makes things, it'll look better and it will basically be done faster. Those are two things you want, like with art, that matter: speed and quality, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you want to be professional.
Yes.
Now, I'm a slow artist. Like, I've been trying to improve on my slow artist habits, but I think I'm a slow artist through and through. So, like, especially for me, I think it's important to find shortcuts.
For sure, yeah. And I just love this one. He's so cute. I love the little, the star that comes out of his eye when he winks at the end, and just, you made his eye a little bit bigger there, made him really cutesy in those last couple frames.
Oh, yeah.
But you get a lot of different things. Because you can tell, just obviously, especially with the song that is used as the backing, that was it Joey JellyJaw?
Joey, yep.
Joey, yeah. That little Joey here has to be a bit of a rascal if he's dancing to that type of music, but also just, you have the little smirk here in the beginning of the animation, and then you have him go into the more playful one where he's bobbing back and forth, the cool one, and then just ending on the cute note there that you get a lot of personality as you move through the different moves in this dance.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, I am quite pleased with it. Yeah, the little star is actually my own addition. And, like, generally, I think it was, like, it's not the perfect animation. Like, there's definitely a few frames to skip a little bit, but I am more than happy with it. It took me a bit of work, and I'm glad I could take something I wanted and make it my own. That was I think worth it in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Just to have an idea and say, I'm gonna make this idea mine.
Yeah. Now this next one is only actually a couple frames. Whoops, that's not the right one. Sorry about dang it, that just spoiled the next thing, but whatever. But there's this one. This is the intro screen. It's only a couple frames long. Doesn't have any sound associated with it, but it's
cows.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone's seen the cows at this point. Oh, that's my starting screen. That's old too. Like, but it still holds up. Like,
yeah.
I wanted to start it. Like, I need a starting screen so that way I didn't just start the the whole freaking stream right away. So I made this, and yeah, I quite like it. I'm just strumming on the banjo. This is really actually only a couple frames. Like the movements is like 5, the arms like 6, and that's really it.
Yeah,
like
the file itself is only 2 seconds long. This is just on loop. So just one of the great things of a good intro screen, again, work smarter, not harder. Just make it so it loops nicely.
Oh yeah, I like the cow dancing, little cow dance, which was the basis for the next cow dance that you were showing a little bit
Yeah, I know
earlier.
that I actually have this in for the full screen because one, that's how it was designed to occupy the full screen. That it is your raid celebration, and sadly we haven't gotten to use it for real yet tonight. But it's still so fun. I'm gonna have to. Well, actually, no, because it plays over the normal music, so I'll let it do it here. But you have all these delightful little cows, all the different hats, and this is one of the ways that you welcome in folks when they're rated into your stream. It's very fun, it's engaging. I think that having some sort of raid celebration that goes beyond just the little slide out notification, and I say this as someone who just has a little slide out notification and not something fancy like this, but when someone puts in that extra effort, that it's certainly something that gets noticed for someone who is rated into the channel for the first time.
Oh yeah, I definitely think it's helped me out as a content creator a lot to have it. It was a lot of fun to make, you know. The hats were actually a community member's idea of mine, or a idea of a community member. I don't know if it was my community or another community. It's someone I talked to a lot, or I think it was Booster, maybe it was Booster, someone I know. But yeah, like the hats were an additional idea someone else came up with, so I just added them in, and they're fun. I like them a lot. They move with the cows, and like the little party hats hopping around with the cow there, like sliding from one to the next.
Yeah, that the one right there at the bottom that has the moving face is definitely sort of the centerpiece of it. I can't tell if I've messed it up with the way that I put in the green screen filter. That
It's all good.
I'm
It's all
guessing the
good.
hat on the left is meant to actually have coloring, and it's currently see-through.
Pro tip, if you use Premiere, you can get a plugin that allows you to have your files turn into WebM files, which have transparency built in, and they're only like a couple kilobytes.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that would just be how I imported that. I put this in as a media source and then threw the green filter over it.
Yeah.
But WebM, that makes a lot more sense.
WebMs are like, because I try to avoid green filters when I can, because like I feel like they blur out things.
Yeah.
But like I was using MOV files, but those are huge. Like MOVs are like a gigabyte each. But if WebMs have the same thing, a transparent, because MOVs have like transparency, so you don't need the green screen. Like the transparent parts are just transparent, but they're huge. But WebMs have the same power, and they're really tiny, like really small. So I've been updating all my assets into WebMs.
Mm-hmm.
So like, just a suggestion for you and anyone else out there doing streaming.
Yeah, I might have to look into that. I usually go for the low intensity one because my laptop is a potato. This is a story that I've told on other episodes that prior to making Vtuber Talk, you talk about, you know, having a lot of projects and being able to balance things, and that is part of how Vtuber Talk came about. That you know, it's middle of the pandemic, and a lot of the things that I did prior was I did stuff at conventions, and I would, you know, go out to live events. That I'm very much an extrovert. You know, surprise, surprise, talk show dude's an extrovert. And fortunately, you know, because of technology and the internet, that I was able to make a very good and whole social life virtually, very quickly, actually, even in the early months of the pandemic. But it was the type of thing that I had to spin up projects, and the way I operate is, all right, I will spin up one new project at a time, and I will get that plate spinning, and once I have it effectively going, I will evaluate, all right, do I still have more time? And the answer is usually yes, and that's when I'll spin up another one and another one. And I think that Vtuber Talk would probably be the fourth project that I spun up over the course of the pandemic, which is why, well, partially why it started a bit over a year into it. Vtuber Talk started in January 2021. I fell into the rabbit hole myself, as many people did with the introduction of HoloLive English. So that was in October of 2020, and it was a couple months after that that I decided, all right, I want to do something in the community. I know because of all the other projects that I have that I couldn't be a full-time streamer, and I didn't feel that I would have anything really unique to offer there, so I didn't want to try, but how could I get involved and do something? And the solution for me was Vtuber Talk, was doing a talk show and having it just be, all right, it's a once-a-week thing. I don't take it, well, I take it seriously, but I don't I don't go through it with growth as my end game. That I do things that are actually actively counterproductive for channel growth. I'm actually going to move us back to the main channel here. Oh, transition actually cooperated for once. That's nice. But for example, I don't have a Discord. That's partially because one thing that I did for 5 years professionally was community management, and I did a lot of it via Discord, and it was the type of thing that I moved away from it professionally, and I know that I don't want to do community management in that sense ever again. And professional community management's gonna be different from, non-corporate community management, certainly, but it was just the type of thing I didn't want to make it. And I know that would having a Discord server probably do better for me? Yeah, probably, but didn't want to. I haven't taken affiliate, partially because I expect that the amount that I would make would be very negligible and be not worth the amount of time and hassle it would increase on my taxes, and also that I'd rather just direct support toward the guests anyways, so that's fine. And just, once a week is not optimal for streaming. The algorithm doesn't like it, and, just general statistics says if you only do once a week, growth is going to be slow and difficult. But I'm fine with that, because this show is for me and my guests first and foremost. That the thing that I care about is that I can have a good time and that my guests can have a good time. And if that happens, then the show is a success to me. And I'd like to think over these 60 episodes that it has been successful.
I mean, I'd say so. I think you do an excellent job as an interviewer. Like, I love your whole setup. You seem to have a very, very well set up design for how you interview your guests. And yeah, I think you do great. That's why I wanted to be on here.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. So move back over here. Sorry, I wanted to make sure that we have all the levels there, because now that we have gone through all the other things that we've made, now is the long teased, long awaited preview that I've been promising everybody. So I'm actually going to bring down this music here, because what we have here is the world premiere of the first couple seconds of the Johnny JellyJaw theme song.
Oh my God, my theme song. I have a theme song, everybody. It's true, I do. Are y'all excited? I know I'm excited. Oh boy.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, what's that I saw? It's Johnny JellyJaw! Way on over yonder, Johnny's laying around in the sun. It's Johnny JellyJaw.
That's all you get, folks. Gonna have to tune into the 2.0 debut.
That's all you get, but you're gonna get more soon, I promise. I promise it's gonna be a lot more.
I'll play it for you again, but Johnny said, give him 10 to 15 seconds. It was like, all right, I'm gonna give him only 10. I'm gonna make this a true teaser. I myself did not actually listen to anything past 15 seconds. I was like, I'm gonna listen to 15, find a place to cut it, and that's gonna be it. So I'm not even gonna be fully spoiled myself. So I'm gonna have to tune in for the 2.0 debut to hear this full thing. But here it is one more time, the Johnny JellyJaw theme song intro.
Let's go.
Hey, what's that I saw? It's Johnny JellyJaw! Way on over yonder, Johnny's laying around in the sun. It's Johnny JellyJaw.
And, well, who doesn't want a theme song, first off?
I know.
Having a theme song is
awesome.
like so cool that I have this little opening riff that is a just, why am I playing royalty free? Just a little royalty free intro that I use as a stinger for the show. But, one thing I've always dreamed of is, all right, would I want to invest in a proper theme song? Yeah. And I actually realized my little ramble about how I run my stream and how it came up was born, and then I fell off the main point, which is the transitions that I was saying sometimes chug because my computer's a potato, because before starting Vtuber Talk, I didn't stream. That all the other things I did, I do some streaming content with other friends on other channels, but it's running on their machine, not mine. And prior to this show, I didn't need something that was powerful. So it was just, a basic MacBook that I stream shows, TV and stuff, but I didn't need anything that was high horsepower. And then I go and start a VTuber Talk show 6 months later and come to realize, oh dear, this thing does not know how to do any heavy lifting. So that's part of why all of my assets are very simplistic. I don't have a lot of complex things, very few animations. Like the only real animations are those transitions, and even then sometimes they chug. That on days like this when they cooperate is sort of the special exception. That I'm at the point where I'm probably actually going to be upgrading my computer soon, that I've been looking into different builds and just saying, all right, this is going to make things a little bit better. And that's for me, because I have gotten enough enjoyment out of this that I'm still not going to monetize this thing. But they always say don't invest too much getting into streaming until you know you like it. That, start as a PNG tuber before you get a rig.
PNG tubing, see if you actually like stream before you invest in any assets or any other crazy stuff if you can, because you need to know if you like this before you just you rush into it or anything. I think that's very important.
Yeah, and I very much see the setup I have here as me PNG tubing, and I think I am at the point that I am okay investing an amount to get that upgrade for a nice computer that would let me do just slightly fancier things, even without the concept of it paying for itself over time. That it's an investment in my own enjoyment, and I have a bit of analysis paralysis right now, actually, over what to get, because I'm great with software, I'm awful with hardware. So I'm doing my research, but hopefully at some point there might be a bigger, better 2.0 sort of VTuber Talk re-debut, but that's going to be farther down the line. But I'm at least at the point where I'm actively looking at it, so it's still something. But
yeah, go get a freaking model. I think you.
Oh no, I'm still not getting a model. I'm not getting a model.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh okay. I was wondering if you did get a model, what would it be just a?
No, I'm still content being the disembodied voice. That I'd invest in. When I say a rig, I mean a computer rig that would be capable of doing fancier things, running good transitions, having some maybe animated backgrounds, or a couple more bells and whistles than the cardboard and duct tape setup that I have now. Because I'll be very honest, my setup, I think it's clean enough, but this is all just various free assets that I have slapped together. The only thing that I have ever actually invested in for the show is the logo, which is at the top of the screen and that you saw at the start of the show. That those were done by EROS Valentine, that her links are in the channel description. And I'm going to give her a shout out here, that she does wonderful logos. And that was the anniversary present I gave to myself. And it was just that. But, now it's past the year, starting to get close to a year and a half, and think, all right, I might actually take the plunge with something nice. But anyways, that's enough of me. That getting back to yours and your 2.0 debut, that having a theme song, that's super cool. First off, Yep. I'm really excited about it. You commissioned someone to write and perform the music, but you worked with them on the lyrics.
Yeah. I mean, I gave a general outline of the kind of lyrics I want, and all right, now I don't know anything about music or how these lyrics work, so take these lyrics and then make them functional, and then just sing that. And I was like, all right. So I wrote the first draft, and then they, of course, edited it, because obviously there's my lyrics as an amateur. I'd never written a song, not once in my life, so I just went based on, the most basic of rhyming schemes and gave it to them, and they sent me back lyrics they came up with. Is all right, these look good, and they made that song, and I'm very, very happy with it.
You mentioned to me that you wanted to go for a cartoon show opening theme song style.
Yes.
Like I said, I listened to 15 seconds. I only used 10 in the preview. But in the next 5 seconds, there's another line, and then it's Johnny JellyJaw again. And that is something that I find actually very emblematic of theme songs for Western animation. The repetition of the show name.
That's all throughout the song. I'm Johnny JellyJaw, and that's I made sure that was repeated throughout the whole thing, because I want to really push my brand, push my idea. There's some, it's based on things like Phineas and Ferb, or the Loud House theme songs. If you read those, you might get a general idea of the tune that it's going for. But it's it's about me, it's about Johnny right here.
Yeah, and it feels so very you, that it has that country sort of twang in the singer's voice that for a moment I actually asked, is that you? Because it's a higher register, but some people sing in that higher register. I was like, I could believe that this was Johnny singing. And it isn't, but it sounds enough like you that I still questioned it. And the overall style that it has, that country, but it's fun and playful. And from the 15 seconds, the entire 15 seconds that I've heard, it already sounds like something that would be reminiscent of a cartoon theme song. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing the whole thing. That the file is being deleted from my computer, so I'm not listening to it until your 2.0 debut. But I'm very much looking forward to it.
Oh, shucks. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm really hoping it's going to be a good one. Like I think people are going to like it when it gets out there. I really do. But I guess we'll have to wait a little bit and see. I guess we'll have to wait just a little bit, but it'll be out soon, sooner than you think. Like, I'm working on getting the video finished, and then, you know, you might get an early pick. Like, you know, I don't know if I'm gonna release it on my debut because, like, that's still a ways away and the song's almost done, and I don't know if I can sit on it for that long.
Very fair.
But, like, I might decide to release it a little early, but we'll see. We'll see what goes on. When it pops up, it pop up. I'm sure you'll see it eventually.
Oh yes, I am sure. Do you think that you would ever want to sing in a song that, even if not this time, that is music an area of interest to you?
I don't think I have the voice or skills for song or singing. Like, it's never been something that particularly interested me. Like, I like art generally. I like maybe like, I mean, I respect people who can sing, to be sure, but yeah, it's just not really my thing.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm very much the opposite, that I enjoy singing. I am garbage at art. I can't draw a straight line or a circle to save my life. I respect artists. I admire their work. You all are amazing. I do not think that drawn or digital art is a endeavor that I am going to invest the time and effort required to get good at it into. That I just sort of know, all right, I'm okay not being good at this thing and not trying to do this thing, and that's okay.
No, I mean, I get that. No, that makes perfect sense. And, like, that is okay. That is perfectly okay. Like, I think I'm the same way with singing, but I like, you know, we like what we like and we get good at it, and I think that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As long as you're having fun, that's what matters most. And that, goodness knows, is a fun sounding song. Can't wait to hear all of it.
Oh, shucks. Thank you. I really do appreciate that.
Now,
like, I really can't wait for it to come out as well. It's going to be an awesome one when it finally gets there.
Yeah. Hopping around a little bit, I suppose it does tie into a lot of things we've been talking about narratives and different ways of storytelling. That one of the, I suppose, non-traditional media that you enjoy, you specifically called out to me lore videos and podcasts. So I'm a lore buff on very specific franchises and things that I like, but I don't have any sort of go-to lore video podcast series. So are the series that you have in mind ones that are related to a specific franchise or title, or do you have really different ones that cover, you know, different things every week?
Oh, well, I mean, I honestly, I like listening to all kinds of lore videos. Like, I like listening to World of Warcraft ones. I like listening to Warhammer ones about, like, all that. Like, generally, any series that I generally like. Destiny 2, I used to really be into when I played it. I have not played it in a while. But, like, really any game that I think has an interesting lore, or Dark Souls games have great ones. VTuber, like, or Silvermont, like, they make some good Soulsborne, like, lore videos. They're just good to listen to, really, you know. Like, mostly video game lore is what I get into, really, but like, I like to listen to that sort of thing when I work. It's good to hear somebody talk while I'm just doing art, you know, and if they're talking about something that I find remotely interesting, then all the better. Yeah, like, I'll listen to just about really any lore podcast, like, as long as I find it interesting, or the person's you know, where your writing is pretty good.
Also, I missed it a couple minutes ago. Mornabs, thank you so much for the follow. Like I said, I'm sometimes a bit neglectful of my chat and my notifications, but thank you very much for the follow, more nabs. For these videos and podcasts, do you have any specific series or creators that you want to call out as some of your favorites there?
I mean, like I said, Vtuber, Silvermont, they're pretty good. Like, what else? There's one who made one for there's someone who makes one for World of Warcraft a lot, and they're really good, but I can never remember their name because it's a bunch of letters and numbers. But they're really good. They're good to read at. Like, if you like lore and look up lore videos for any of those, they'll probably pop up as one of the first options, and they're pretty good to listen to. I quite like them.
Any particular memorable ones that you've consumed in the past, recent, however?
Trying to think. They kind of blur together, to be honest. Like I said, I listen to them for busy work. Let's see. Any ones that are memorable? I mean, my favorite one probably is the one for Alfred from Bloodborne. That's a pretty good one.
Ooh, okay.
Like, that one goes over that character and his whole arc in that game. Bloodborne is a freaking awesome game, by the way. If you haven't played it, you definitely should.
Yeah, I know that you're a big fan of Souls games, and you mentioned that, talking about world building and storytelling, that you really admire how they do indirect storytelling in Souls games, that it's being told from the environment, from the minor character's point of view, and just you piecing together the world building from these different people and places, as opposed to a lore dump, as some media will present, because a lore dump is a simple way to go. But
it's enjoyable because, like, you have to piece together the whole lore yourself, and you have to like fight for it, like, because you got to get it from it's a Souls game. It makes you fight for everything, and including the story. If you want to know what's going on, you got to sift through a bunch of items you usually have to fight, like powerful enemies or bosses to get a hold of. You read the lore there and that, and like that's a piece of the puzzle. You find more pieces till you get like a general picture of what the hell's going on. And like, I find that to be quite good, because I like the fact that I have to earn the story a little bit, if that makes sense. Because I like fighting the bosses. I like the feeling of overcoming them in Souls games. And I like lore, so it's actually kind of nice that it thematically keeps that when when designing its lore. You got to fight for it.
Yeah, Souls has mastered the satisfying grind and the satisfying way to have someone die again and again and again and not make them put down the game, unlike Sonic 06 and unlike Shadow the Hedgehog, which that's unfun, repetitive design.
When you die in Souls games, you died because it's your fault. Mm-hmm. It isn't the game clipping you through the earth into the abyss.
That does go a long way, yes.
I'd say that yes, that helps a great deal. Like, you might be angry, but I think even the most cynical player knows that if they lose to a Souls boss, it's because they did something wrong, not because the game is busted.
Yeah, that you're very confident that there is a way to beat it, and all right, you can. It's a much more satisfying iterative process.
Yeah, I agree. Like, that's why I love them a lot, and like, so I love Elden Ring. It's why I wish I could finish it, but like, I rarely have time to play it.
Yeah, I feel like that is a big struggle for a lot of media nowadays, that we have an embarrassment of riches. That for anime, it used to be, all right, you'd watch whatever the heck was put on Toonami and whatever the heck Kids WB had, because that's all you were going to get. And maybe if you were lucky, that your local Blockbuster would have a couple of VHSs that had 3 episodes on it, and you hoped that they were in stock, but you knew that they never got any new ones. And now there's so many streaming services, you can't keep up with all of them. And for games, everyone has their list of things they want to play, and for every game that you play on your list, at least 2 more are added to the list.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have a whole list of games in like a spreadsheet of mine. I organize all my stuff into a spreadsheet for everything, like stuff I'm gonna do today or over the week, and or stuff I just need to write down so I remember it. And I think I have like over 200 games written down that I say I want to play eventually.
Yeah, and when I say a list, most don't actually have a proper spreadsheet, that it's sort of just something you keep in the back of your mind and know, all right, I still need to play this game,
Oh,
or I've heard a lot about this one, but that you go in and make the full thing. So I'm curious, what is the format of this list?
Basically, I've separated into categories like indie games, Nintendo 64 games, venture games, platformers, collab games, 2D top-down, survival crafting, all that. I just have a list of games under each category that I go after, and just games under that category I want to play. And then I use that. Like if I'm feeling like I feel like playing a game in this category today, I'll pick a game from that list and then I'll play it and I'll just delete it from the list once I played it. And that's just the general format I've been going off of because I have goldfish brain and ADD out the wazoo. I need a way to remember what the hell I'm doing or what the hell I'm playing at any given time, or else I'm not going to get anything. I'm never going to remember anything. But yeah, so I need a spreadsheet to keep organized. I use that to keep organized with a lot of stuff, like anything from my art ideas to my, projects I'm working on, all that stuff. Really, I use it for everything.
Yeah, I use spreadsheets for a good number of things. That like for anime, that I use the pretty popular site My Anime List just to track. All right, what am I watching this season? What episode am I on? I do that for a lot of my different projects of just, basic information of, something for Vtuber Talk as simple as, all right, these are the guests that I'm currently talking to. These are the guests, or these are the people that I would like to invite and ask to be guests, and being able to organize all that. But I don't do that for games in particular, but at the same time, I wonder if that would be useful, that the way you have this sounding, it doesn't sound like it's a super complex list that I don't know if you're putting anything to the detail of, this is the developer, this is the platform, and having a bunch of different columns, or if it's just, here's the category, here's the title. But I think that might be useful. So sort of kicking around in my head, all right, do I want to do something like that? Maybe I should.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just good to be organized. Like, I feel like we waste too much time thinking about what we should do at any given point. So it's nice to have like a list and just know, okay, this is what I should be doing at this time. This is what I should be doing at that time, and just using that. I think that would, when you take into account all the minutes you waste figuring out what you're going to do.
Work smarter, not harder.
A lot. Yep. That's just generally how I try to build everything. Like I'm not perfect at it. It's a work in progress. Like I mess up, but still fail. But I feel like I get better at it as I go. And I think that's what matters.
Yeah. All right. I've been sitting on this one for a while, and I'm finally just gonna rip off this Band-Aid. For anime, I mentioned that I watch a fair bit, and I usually track my anime for every given season. You mentioned to me that you watch a couple seasonally, but not a ton. We have a good amount of overlap, actually, in some of the shows that we enjoy. That there's Overlord, My Hero Academia, Love After... Oh, well, I don't know about that one. I need to get that one. But when I asked you, do you enjoy anime? Because I'd say about half of my guests do, half don't, and you said yes. And one of the first series, if not the first series, that you said was Code Geass. I said, Johnny, we just became best friends.
I mean, it was my definite gateway anime. It was the first one I watched growing up on Toonami, and I remember I loved the hell out of it. It was just everything I could have wanted in anime. It's got giant mech suits. It's got noble intrigue, like houses of nobles backstabbing each other. It's got crazy magical powers and an awesome underdog revenge plot, as this one school kid in Japan plots to overthrow an empire with his crazy magic eye that lets him control people. And you know what? That's freaking awesome. I love that whole concept. I love everything about all that, and it did not disappoint. It's a freaking awesome anime. The fights are awesome, the plots are awesome, the intrigue's awesome, just the general style of it, with the characters being all whoosh whoosh with their capes and stuff, almost something on a JoJo.
It is a stylish show.
Stylish cape, Zero's whole cape style is awesome, and it, like we were talking about earlier, it definitely stuck its landing.
The last 4 episodes of Code Geass are just, like I said, I hold that up as some of the best finale storytelling in any media, whether it be books, movies, anime, TV shows, you name it, that I'm not going to call the show perfect. I don't think the show is perfect. I don't know if any show is perfect. And I don't think that Code Geass should be everyone's favorite show. But I think that the vast majority of people can watch Code Geass and have a good time in one way or another.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, Code Geass is a really good show, and I think it's got a little something for everybody if you want to watch it. But like, it's definitely an older one, but it still holds up, and I definitely loved all the characters in it. I love all the plot lines. Like, I think it's only 2 seasons long, but it's it's
50
well
episodes,
freaking paced.
but 50 clean episodes, and everything means something. That
Almost no fat. Yeah, it's like everything is just focused towards an ending, and the finale delivers everything you want. Like, I can't say much more on that.
Yeah, this is a spoiler-heavy show. Like you said, it came out in 2007, I think, so it's weird to think that it's getting older, but it kind of is. I think
That's
it was 2007?
Huh.
Could be wrong. It was somewhere around there, but it is getting on in years for sure, but I think it holds up very well. The animation is very good. One of the things that I enjoy overall, Starled Wolfie with 06, so I was close. But thank you very much.
Same year as Sonic. Okay, cool.
Yeah, proof that something good came out of that year at least.
Okay, yeah, I mean, one thing other than Sonic 06. Oh, man.
That for me, I like smart characters doing smart things, and goodness knows Lelouch Lamperouge is a smart character doing smart things. I enjoy the action. I love the intrigue, like you were saying, the sort of noble house politics that there's a lot of things in Code Geass that mirror the best of Game of Thrones, that when you have that intrigue and the political jockeying, but amidst that you also have, like you said, these awesome mech fights, but then you also every so often get a school sort of almost slice of life episode, but at the same time there's the underpinnings of the broader plot and the fleshing out of these other characters in the sort of double life that the main character has. And it makes sure that even when you have these tonal shifts, that everything still feels like it has weight and purpose and is compelling.
Okay, I mean, yeah, no, I agree 100%. Like, everything from the shifts from like the little school, like, you know, fun zany school episodes, to like the noble intrigue episodes, to like, you know, the more combat focused ones, to like the overall plots and arcs of it, from like building up a rebellion in like one nation, and then, you know, the Knights of the Round in the 2nd season. All that stuff is like, I agree completely. Like, it has a bunch of arcs that are very different, but they all complement each other very well.
Yeah, it's a really fun time. Go watch Code Geass, folks. It's very good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. One of the other ones that you mentioned that is very, I would say, one of the biggest shows of the past decade, My Hero Academia. Just.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, I mentioned before I like superheroes a lot, and that one definitely like scratches that itch a lot. I like the fact that they find very clever ideas for the powers, like almost stand abilities for the quirks. They're not just your standard everyday superpowers like super speed or, you know, well, some people have those powers as well, but the more interesting characters have different powers and use them more interestingly. Like, you know,
do you have any favorite characters or powers that you yourself would want?
Let's see. Good question. I mean, I like the villains. I think the villains are pretty cool. I like to say my favorite character is probably Kirishima, just because he's a really cool guy. And I like, you know, he's got that rock power. You know, I think his stuff is really awesome. Stain's really cool with the blood power. I think that's neat. With the blood swords and like the freeze. Like basically hold person is what he's got, and that's sweet. That's a good power right there. A question is, I often wonder how he figured out that was his power. Like, by licking someone's blood, I can freeze them. How did you figure that out?
That's a good question.
How did you realize
that is a very
that was what your
specific
power was?
circumstance?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, Huh. Like, the only thing I can realize is maybe bit his lip and drank his own blood and
Yeah,
froze
like,
himself.
you have to assume that that one has, well, conceptually, all power discoveries would be an accident of some shape. And just what type of accident resulted in that discovery? Was it, all right, someone got cut by accident, like, did like someone got a cut on their arm and he accidentally tripped and fell into the cut and it happened to graze his tongue and noticed, all right, they're frozen now? Or I don't know, was there a medical procedure that went sideways? Who knows?
I don't know, maybe like maybe a fight and he bit someone? I have no idea. Like, that would be a good comic, though. I'd love to see that side comic.
Mm-hmm. Actually, rewinding, any favorite characters from Code Geass?
I mean, I like Lelouch a lot. Lelouch is basically the whole, Lelouch has got like, the general charm of the show all wrapped up in himself. I would say, yeah, actually, that's probably my favorite there. Beyond that,
Now, Lelouch, I think that's one of the strong points of the show, that you have a main character who is allowed to have more depth, and he certainly has his motivations and his goal, and that is the underpinning of his character, but that they create a bit more depth with him, and I think that's partially because he's not inherently a good person, and that for much of the series he has something of an anti-hero role, but it's also not a traditional anti-hero role. It's sort of weird, and I think that's part of the charm.
no, I agree completely. Like, yeah, I think that's why I liked him, because there's sort of a possibly villainous edge. I mean, the people he's fighting are clearly awful, but he himself has got very few moral scruples. And I think I liked that a lot about him growing up, at that edgy period.
I also enjoyed it for side characters that are just fun. Lloyd Asplund, the
scientist.
scientist,
Oh,
the
they're
scientist,
pretty
the
cool.
Earl of Pudding, doesn't have a huge narrative arc, but he's just sort of this zany, silly side character that provides an amount of levity, but at the same time still occupies sort of an interesting role as like half mentor to one. And I don't know, would the series survive without him? Probably, but he's a very fun inclusion in a place that didn't need to have as much fun as it did.
I mean, yeah, no, I agree. He's a fun take on the scientist character, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I think I liked Rakshata a little better, but they're pretty good. Like, their whole
That's
rivalry.
fair. That's fair. Yeah, Rakshata was very cool.
Oh yeah. With all the characters, I don't think there's any bad characters in Code Geass at all. I think they're all excellent.
Maybe Rolo.
Which one is okay. I just barely remembered Rolo's existence.
Yep.
So yeah, okay, fine. Rolo's Rolo's a big nothing. But other than that, there are no bad characters except that one we don't count.
I know one I directed you towards, and I probably should have asked this before we got on the air. Did you have a chance to watch Love After World Domination?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I did not.
Nah, don't worry about it, man. Yeah, I know you've had a busy week. When we had spoken earlier in the week, Johnny had mentioned to me that he enjoys superhero ones and Sentai types, and Love After World Domination is a currently airing show where the Red Ranger of this Super Sentai hero team falls in love with the female general of the evil organization that they're fighting against, and it's a very cute and fun romance story that has that twist of the sort of star-crossed lovers type thing, and all the different ways that they create circumstance to have their dates while also keeping their various organizations in the dark. So one that I think you'd enjoy.
I mean, it sounds like one I would enjoy. Like, my favorite parts of most Super Sentai are the villain parts. So yeah, no, I think that would be actually quite good. I'll have to check it out when I have a chance. Like, finding free time for stuff is kind of hard, but
yeah, like we said,
it.
one of the things just before, the embarrassment of riches that we have right now in content, be it games, anime, or anything else.
Yep.
Gosh, I have this little list that I'm going. It's like, oh, we've got so many things to talk about, but we've also been at this for, as I look at the timer now, a bit over 4 hours. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, it is getting late.
It is starting to get to that time, so I guess we'll probably start winding down, but I have a couple last questions. But
Sure.
if you all haven't already, be sure to follow Johnny. That, like I said, there's so much more, and I know we could keep going for a while, but I'm going to take mercy on Johnny and make sure that he gets some sleep tonight. But
I appreciate it.
a couple of last things. Do you have any goals for the rest of 2022 that obviously I'm guessing that your 2.0 debut is going to be something, but
2.0, yeah. Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes, I do have a couple goals. The 2.0 is definitely one I want to get done. I also want to get the first couple issues of my comic series made now. I want to get a bunch of animatics made. And beyond that, mostly my goals are related to art. I really want to spend this year improving my art. I want to get more art made out. I want to get more animatics, more content, because art is the thing that I generally enjoy the most about content creation. It's one of my favorite aspects of it. And I want to be able to make more of it. I want to learn how to be better at it. I want to put out more. Other than that, I also really want to interact with my community more. I want to grow closer to them, figure out how because community management is one of those things that I'm not so good at. Like you mentioned how you did community management. I have a community and I like, hanging out with them, but like I want to learn more of the ins and outs of that. And I definitely want to just to try and learn what makes communities tick a little better. But yeah, those are my general goals. Like, no, nothing too hard or fast, but like this year, I mean, I can say like the usual thing, like I want to make partner, blah, blah, blah. But like, yeah, like that's a goal, but it's not like a goal for me.
For the comic that this is the JellyJaw and Friends comic, I guess I'll call it, of you and your family. How do you plan to release that? Or is that something that's still in the works?
Still in the works. It'll probably be released on Webtoons when I start making it, because that's my favorite comic book site. It's where I go to all my comic books, and on I'll obviously put it on Twitter and my Discord. I'll put it. Listen, I put my art wherever I can put it. Get away with putting it, because listen, I want my art and stuff to be seen by people. There's nothing more disappointing than making hard on a piece of art and for it to not be seen by anybody.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
so, I will literally place it wherever I'm allowed to, in my Discord, someone else's Discord, Twitter, whatever. Like, I feel like art's one of those things of the past. Like, if you have an art channel, I'm allowed to post my art here. It says so. Here you go.
Yeah.
Goodbye, random stranger.
And the last question I have, it's one I ask all my guests. It's the only thing that this and the goals for the year, the only real scripted part of the show. And the last question is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but to you, Johnny JellyJaw, what does it mean to be a VTuber? I've gotten different answers. Some are a bit more clinical, and people have said, it is a mask that I wear. It is a tool in my toolbox as a content creator. Others will have a very personal answer and will say something like, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone that I can't be in real life. And everything between and beyond is totally legitimate, but I feel that everyone has a slightly different answer. So, to you, Johnny JellyJaw, what does it mean to be a VTuber?
Oh, that's a complicated question. And honestly, I wish I had just one simple answer, but it's a lot of things to me. It's how I reach out, and it's how I've reached out and made connections with many, many people that I otherwise would not have had. It's a mirror in which I can relate myself and who I am, what I want with like a character. It's a way for me to basically, to focus on content, have a brand, and try to have just a general idea, or to try and push a concept and actually, see it through to conclusion. It's quite a few things. And of course, it's just a way to have fun on the internet and just hang out and, chat with friends and just be myself by not being myself. As I said before, like I've definitely discovered a lot about myself, improved myself by being Johnny, and I want to keep improving myself by being Johnny. I want to get more done and make more fun things happen.
Awesome. I asked that question because, like I said, everyone has a different answer. And while I never know what someone is going to say as the answer to that question, after talking with someone for a couple hours, the answer always makes sense. And that for you, that it's, I guess, to boil it all down, it's about having fun and enjoyment. That really encapsulates you, that you're here to have a good time, that be it, your raid message or the raid animation, the way that you do your art, the way that you interact with your community, and the way that you just go about all of this is it's very you and it's very fun. And I think that your answer is very much befitting that.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So as we start to wind down, there's actually one sort of last question. That's who would you like us to raid as we begin to prepare for that? So
okay, let's see.
I'll let you search around while I do some final plugs. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. It's been a long episode, so if any of you have actually stuck around since the beginning, thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks to anyone who has come and gone as well. Thanks to anyone who's watching this on YouTube after the fact. For those of you here on Twitch, I usually upload within a week. Last week's episode got delayed, but will be up tomorrow. So you can look forward to that. That was with Emu Lapis. And I have another show scheduled, not for next weekend, but actually, for next Sunday. So that's going to be announced in a couple days. It'll be a lot of fun. Be sure to follow Johnny if you haven't already, both on Twitch and Twitter. And if you feel so inclined, maybe drop me a follow as well. But like I said, I do these shows about once a week. It's just Vtuber Talk here on Twitch and on Twitter. Can't thank you all enough for tuning in. Like I said, I do this just for fun, that it's for me and my guests, and I hope that you, Johnny, had a good time tonight, because I told you this when we spoke earlier in the week, that making sure the guest has a good time is my number one goal. That's what I care about, and we got to cover so many topics tonight, and I had a blast.
It was a lot of fun talking to you with a lot of stuff. Like, I really do appreciate it. I had a blast doing it, and I thank you for inviting me here. I had a ton of fun just chatting with somebody.
Pleasure's all mine, my man. So, do you have any idea of who you'd like us to rate?
Yes, I see a message. You in Discord.
Yes. Awesome. Let's see who we have here. Rascus Rambles.
Fellow member of the Wrecking Crew.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to get this all queued up. I have an outro that I'm going to play, but going to get RASKUSRAMBLES. Awesome. Well, again, Johnny, thank you so much for being on the show, for sticking around for, 4.5 hours at this point. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Like I said, follow me if you like, but follow Johnny for sure. Follow the Wrecking Crew. They do some wonderful stuff. I'm really looking forward to seeing what your next charity project is. Poppy actually mentioned the other day that he's starting to cook up some plans. It sounds like it's still in the early stages, but you certainly haven't heard the last of the Wrecking Crew. And if
definitely.
What they did last year is any indication, they're going to have something special for us later in the year. So definitely be on the lookout for that, and be on the lookout for Johnny's 2.0 debut.
No, yeah, definitely. And thank you for having me again. And yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I had a blast, and I thank you. I hope to talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, man. I will see you around. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you next time.
Bye-bye.